We'll get moving. Committee, thank you again for coming to be tortured again in our committee. I do thank you for your participation in these important events that we're working on, issues that we're working on. And so I do appreciate that. Staff, I appreciate all the work you guys have done to make this look seamless and look like I did something. So I really appreciate that. Conferees, welcome and thank you for being here. And with that, we're going to go ahead and get the meeting started. The first item of business is approval of minutes. We have 3 separate days, so I would entertain a motion for each day. Do we need to do it separately? Separately. So give us the dates.
It's for the August meeting, and then the September meeting, it's each date. Okay. They did 2 separate sets of calendar dates. The 24th and 25th of August. Okay.
You could just say August and September meetings.
Yeah, okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the August and September meeting minutes. Thank you, Janet.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second by Senator Erickson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Do we need another one?
Can we do all at one? Do we need to do separate?
I mean, as long as it's clear what dates they are.
Do it all in one? Okay, we do it all in one.
Okay, so we're done with 3 days, 3 different times. Okay, well, very good. And so we'll start this off with responses to the questions and requests from the August meeting regarding contract nursing in state hospitals. Leanne?
Good morning. My name is Leanne Thone. I'm a senior research analyst for KLRD. And so the first thing I'm going to note to you is that at your seat, you will have a document that I compiled from what happened yesterday. This has recommendations from conferees, which I mostly pulled directly from their testimony. The only place where I added from my notes was for Jody's best practices from other states. I added in some detail there from my notes, but everything else is pulled directly from testimony. And then the back page are some of the recommendations that were posed yesterday at the end of the meeting by legislators. And you will notice that a lot of those have things in common. So we can talk about those later, but I wanted to note that that's available to you. It's also on the S drive. And there's some extra copies up here at the front if anybody would like one. Okay, so this morning I am the first in several conferees that are going to help answer a lot of those questions that we had in the August meetings about contract nursing and some of the workforce issues that were surrounding that. So we pulled out some of the questions that we felt like we could answer, and then we asked other folks to answer some of the other questions. This memo has some of the questions that we compiled as KLRD. So the first one in this memo is, what would an as-needed nursing job description look like that could accommodate people that do not want or need the full benefits package from a full-time position? So there are PRN positions in nursing, which is pro re nata. I don't know Latin, but that means as the need arises. And these are nursing positions that don't have a specific schedule necessarily. They work when needed. These positions do typically work for a staffing agency, but they can also work at individual hospitals or facilities. Typically their hours vary from week to week. I did find some notes in different places about that these positions sometimes can have a deal with the hospital that they work for, where they receive benefits in exchange for agreeing to work a certain number of hours per week or something along those lines. And so I pulled 6 different job listings that I found in Kansas for PRN positions, and those are attached. I tried to find different types of nursing positions. So there's one that's pre-op surgery. There's one that's for a licensed practical nurse that is for a staffing agency. There is one for nurse inpatient rehab in Garden City. one for inpatient behavioral health in Kansas City, one for surgery in Ottawa, and one for cardiac and vascular care in Topeka. And so I just provided these so that you could see what those look like and the kinds of things that they're asking for and the kinds of things that they require. Some of them do not have salaries attached, and that is sort of just the nature of looking at job descriptions these days. Some of them have the salary and some of them don't. But those are available to look at if you're interested. The second question, what are the different levels of nursing currently taught in Kansas? So we looked at the different schools and the programs that they offer and listed out the different nursing positions specifically. So you can see that listed out. There's everything from the certified nurse aide level, which is certification, down to a doctor of philosophy in nursing. And then under the Master of Science and the Doctor of Nursing Practice, you can see some of the specializations that are also offered. What are program directors paid at each level, technical colleges, community colleges, and universities, and what is faculty paid? So we pulled information about universities, community colleges, and the one technical college with the publicly available salary information, which is Wichita State University Tech, and outline them in a spreadsheet. The copy attached to the memo is sorted by salary. It seemed like that might be the best way to kind of see how those stack up. But I have included the Excel spreadsheet version of this in the S drive if you are interested in sorting. It's formatted as a table, so you can sort by institution type or title or whatever you would like. Sometimes the titles can be a little bit confusing because different schools might call a similar position a different thing. But just to give you a little bit of context, because it can be confusing, an assistant professor is tenure track typically, but does not yet have tenure. An associate professor is typically a tenured professor. And then if it is a clinical professor or a clinical instructor, those are more of the hands-on practical skills instructors rather than theoretical or more like classroom type of teaching. And so, yeah, you can see there's quite a bit of differences in the titles, but when you get down to it, like the assistant professors, associate professors, and regular straight-up professors should be comparable across the different institutions in terms of what the title means and what the job looks like. Okay. I also included in this document the question that came up about professional nursing faculty being required to have a graduate degree or a faculty degree plan leading to a graduate degree, and if years of clinical experience and practice could stand in for a graduate degree. This response was provided to the committee via email in August, but it was a lot of information. I felt it may have gotten lost in the shuffle back then, so I included it here as well. And then the final attachment to this memo is responses from the Kansas Board of Regents. I was going to incorporate their responses into the memo, but they formatted their stuff really nicely, so I just included it as an attachment. So we asked them 3 questions. The first one, how could the state provide flexibility in the nursing service scholarships to make them more available to non-traditional students? Is there a change that could be made to allow students to be part-time? So the Board of Regents has initiated this change already, and they anticipate for that to be ready for making student awards next year. This will eliminate the full-time enrollment requirement found in KAR 8821, and no legislative action will be needed on that. This will allow students who are taking less than 12 credit hours per semester to receive that scholarship. The second question, does the Promise Act include any type of hardship clause? And if not, could the state provide one? This answer outlines what's already in statute and regs on that. There is an option to postpone the service requirement, and there's an outline of different options for doing that. One of them is good cause, and that second section on that page 2 is about what good cause is defined as. A lot of these indicate the best possible effort to do so, and that too is defined as basically written communications or verifiable records that can show this person has put in the effort to apply to jobs, to finish the program, but wasn't able to. The Board of Regents requests if the legislature would like to make changes to this or make further allowance for a temporary delay, that they be given the opportunity to assist with crafting that language. And then the final question was, can the state provide support for remedial courses through the Promise Act, and how many students would potentially benefit from that? Remedial courses or developmental courses are not covered by the Promise Scholarship, but they are adding the option to take co-requisite courses. They are working on scaling that to be available across the system, with a soft launch for all institutions to offer at least one section of co-requisite support for the 3 Gateway math courses and for English Composition 1 this fall. Co-requisite remediation will be fully implemented in fall 2026. So my understanding of this would be that instead of enrolling in a remedial course or a developmental course where you would not receive credit, you would be enrolling in the course that is for credit, but you would also have another support component that would help you complete that course. And then at the end, you would be getting credit instead of having to spend that time in a course where you're not receiving credit. So they have found through research that students who do this type of co-requisite model are 7.3 times more likely to complete a math gateway course and 2.1 times more likely to complete an English gateway course within 1 year. So this type of program has been successful, and it is something that can be covered by the Promise Scholarship. If there are additional questions about the Board of Regents, I believe Elaine Frisbee is here to help answer those questions. And I will take any questions as well.
Committee questions? Representative Picker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last night I was thinking about this, and I don't know if you came across it when you were doing your research, but is there any kind of program for education loan forgiveness for years' work? Like, you'll have if you work 1 year, you get a certain percentage of your loan forgiven.
I am not aware. I can certainly do some research on that and bring it back.
No, there's other programs in Kansas. If you work in a certain area,
Yeah.
and that's a real perk, especially if you have a lot of loans.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I will look into that.
Representative Bueller.
So Leanne, and I see Scott here. So when we were discussing the topic of PRN at the state hospitals, are there PRN positions there today? Can you clarify?
I am not aware, but are there? Yes, okay. There are, according to Scott.
So I'm trying to figure out what the ask was. Why expand on PRN? Was it just for our education to know what PRN is, or was it expanded possible use to help overall staffing at the hospitals?
I think it was because of the staffing flexibility that we were looking for, however we could get nurses in there.
I was just trying to connect the dots.
But I don't know for sure, but that was my thinking was
Okay. All
all
right.
hands on deck.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Representative Orpeza.
I have a quick follow-up question to Representative Bueller's question. Do we have what is the hourly rate for a PRN at the state hospitals?
I do not know that, but Scott may be able to address that.
Committee, further questions? Now, Leanne, was the Promise Act, wasn't that required to, weren't they required to work in the state or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that is discussed in that response, what the requirements are, and then what the exceptions are to that. But yes, there is a requirement for 2 years.
Okay, that's what I was thinking it was.
Page 34 or 33 is the response from the.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Leanne. Regarding the Promise Act, the intent of the Promise Act was to fill high demand, high wage jobs. Why wouldn't someone graduating from a high demand field be able to work in that field if they're qualified and complete the program?
That is a good question. And I think that that is why the exception says that you need to document that, including showing that you have applied to those jobs and that they have not been offered to you.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I think if the state has paid for the education and part of the agreement is that they will work in those fields because the point is to get workforce into those areas and you're applying, there's a disconnect between they did not either fulfill their obligation of meeting the standards of the program. I think we need to delve into that a little further. As far as co-requisite courses, those courses are for students who aren't academically prepared for college-level work. That's indicative of a much bigger problem to me in our K-12 system where we have record high graduation rates and more than a third of our kids going into post-secondary work not prepared. That's the crux of that problem. And I think the Promise Act should be reserved for getting those people through the program, credit ready, ready for the workforce, because that is the intent of that program. So I'm going to be very careful on expanding the perimeters of the Promise Act to be anything but its original intent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good point, well taken. Representative Ruiz.
I think we also heard that folks, prospective students that were applying for the Promise Scholarship that came from other states were also having similar problems. So this is not just a Kansas issue with people not being able to pass reading and math. And if the purpose is to get people into jobs, then, you know, let's do what we can in order to get people into jobs. People that really want to be in the healthcare industry and be of service to people, we're finding that they are few and far between. And so if we can help them jump over a hurdle that will get them going, if they have the heart to be in this profession, which we're having difficult finding, then I think that we do whatever we could do in order to help them get into and taking the coursework and being able to graduate. I am concerned that sounds like folks aren't being able to find jobs afterwards, and that's, to me, even more concerning.
Representative Orpeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would need more clarification on this bullet point that says unable to meet the requirement of the scholarship agreement due to good cause as determined by the Board of Regents. What is the definition of good cause?
They've included that in their response. It says that the good cause includes the following: inability to secure employment in Kansas within 6 months of completing the program or any postponement granted after making the best possible effort to do so, inability to retain employment for 2 consecutive years after completing the program, inability to reside in Kansas for 2 consecutive years immediately succeeding completion, inability to meet any other requirement after making the best possible effort to do so. And the best possible effort is defined as that it needs to be based on supported documentation, including written communication from employers confirming the recipient's applications for employment, a verifiable list of employers with contact information to whom the recipient has applied, records establishing the reason for the recipient's inability to reside in Kansas, or records establishing the reason for the recipient's inability to retain employment for 2 consecutive years.
I have a follow-up question. Do we have a list of how often this happens?
I do not,
Numbers?
but we can request that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, as far as what I see out there for demanding nursing, I don't see any way that that's going to become any kind of issue or a hardship cause. I just fail to understand. I mean, we've all heard about the demand in the nursing field, so I'm just shocked that that they wouldn't be able to find a job in the nursing field in 10 minutes. Representative Rivas.
Yeah, I don't know how far we can reach on this, but when I read the causes and then the best possible effort, this all seems pretty loose. So if I apply for a job, like it says I have to, and then I don't get offered the job, but maybe I don't want to go to Larned, or maybe I don't want to take that job, well, is that an excuse for me not to get a hardship clause? I mean, if I'm offered a job, I need to take a job because that's part of the deal. So I kind of wonder if we need to have a little more teeth in this to say a valid job offer, you're in. I mean, almost like you're drafted. You sign up for this to start with. Yeah. It seems like this whole thing's just so loosey-goosey that I don't know how you can kind of waffle around these definitions.
Exactly. So maybe we could check a little bit more on how frequent that is. Representative Pickard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. After having a career in nursing, I can tell you not everybody is cut out for psychiatric nursing. I am not. And so there are so many openings in so many different areas of nursing. I don't think that, making somebody go into psychiatric care is the right answer. But, thinking about if they have school loans, and they may choose that, if there's enough of a carrot there. But, so I don't think that tying it with the Promise Act is a good idea.
Well, I wasn't talking about just psychiatric nurses. I'm just talking about nurses in general. Our hospitals, everywhere. I just think that there's searching for nurses everywhere, not just our state hospitals and psychiatric. I'm just talking about just nursing, period. Representative Reeves.
When I originally posed this question, what my concern was, what I was hearing from students is that there is no hardship clause while they are in class, not afterwards. And the Board of Regents provides really good information about what happens when you can't fulfill your obligation. What my concern was more of when they're taking a course, when they're already enrolled and they're in the coursework, not afterwards. And they would have to drop out. And every one of the students that have talked to me about this, the one common theme is they had to drop out of school to take care of a parent. And whatever health reasons was going on with the parent, they had to drop out and go help the parent or get things, find more support or whatever for the parent. And then they were told they couldn't go back and, like start from wherever they left off. And I can understand that. I mean, I can understand that they might have to wait a semester to catch up or something like that, but they were told they couldn't come back at all.
We can get more information about if there are any exceptions for that kind of scenario as well.
Young lady, are you standing up so that you have something to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Elaine Frisbee with the Kansas Board of Regents, Vice President for Finance and Administration. I'd be happy to follow up on a little bit. Leanne has done an amazing job answering questions about the Promise Service Scholarship. But I'd like to just comment a little bit about the students who, while they're in their program, the statute does not allow us to extend that hardship. Our response to the lengthy response we gave to the question that was posted about that does comment on when someone, after they've left the program, they've graduated, or they haven't finished, what happens. And the good cause and the best possible effort only allows the student to delay or postpone their service. It doesn't release them from the service requirement. So they still must do their 2 years of living and working in Kansas. So I can get data for you on how many students have gone into repayment. Honestly, this is our largest service scholarship. We have, I believe, 10 programs with a service component, which is an effective tool for our workforce needs. But on the backside of what we as an agency must do to administer that, it's a lot for us to monitor every single student and every circumstance for every student's life. So that's become a challenge for us because the Promise Act is so large. It has become a voluminous program for us to handle. And there was another point I wanted to make, but I will get information on how many students have gone into repayment. It is now becoming a bit of an issue for us because the student, when they first get the service scholarship at the very beginning, sign a promissory note with us as the agency. But the scholarship itself, the award is from the college, Barton Community College, Wichita State Technical Campus. So I think sometimes there is not as much awareness as you might hope for what the student is signing on for. So when a student drops out of their program or they don't complete, and we don't get notice, then we have to start going down the path of assuming they have to go into repayment. So if they do not do their 2 years of living and working in Kansas, they're going to repay that scholarship to us with an interest attached to it. So I hope that helps clarify some of those things.
I bet it's a nightmare collecting on that and finding them too.
There is a lot of work. We have third-party vendors. ECSI is our third-party vendor currently that assists with the account on the repayment side. And if someone doesn't then fulfill their repayment process, then they go into the next step, which is state debt set-off and with another vendor for trying to get some of that recouped.
Very good. Thank you for that. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, and you may stay there. I would like to see, Elaine, some data on how many Promise Act students we've graduated, how many are employed in Kansas. I continue to hear everywhere I go, Mr. Chair, quite frankly, we've invested tens of millions of dollars in this program so far, and I continue to hear we haven't moved the needle. So I would like to see some data on how many students have completed through this program, how many are fulfilling their obligation to work, and in what fields. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, we will be happy to provide that. We do an annual report every January on the program, and so we'll collect all that and bring that back to you.
Very good. Thank you. I think that's good information. Thank you. Committee, further questions? Okay, Leanne.
I'm off the hook.
Okay, next we have, Scott, are you filling in for this? Community hospital capacity. And from what I understand, the two superintendents are online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I'm Scott Bruner. I'm the Deputy Secretary at ks for Hospitals and Facilities, and Superintendent Byram and Tops are on WebEx if you have questions for them. So we put together, working with the research staff, the list of questions from your last meeting. It's on our letterhead. I'm going to just walk you through that document of what's there, and then answer questions. And I've got my friends by text as well. When I screw something up, I'll visibly jolt probably because they'll shock me if I get it really wrong. But anyway, so thanks for the opportunity to present. We spent they're really good questions. Took a significant amount of time working with the research staff to make sure we had the questions right and get the answers together. So if you've got that document in front of you, the first question was, you asked just kind of in general for a flow chart of the continuum of care for people with mental illness and particularly adults in crisis, and kind of how many beds are available or how much space is available in each of those levels. So what you've got on the first page of our document is a side-by-side. We put this together originally in 2021, coming out of the Mental Health Task Force and a couple of other legislative committees that were meeting. So the left-hand column shows what we presented at that time, and then we wanted to show you what's changed over the last 4 years as we've added capacity and made other investments in the system. So the first, and in terms of continuum of care, it's starting at the most acute, highest level of acuity of treatment, and then as we go down the chart, it'll be lesser levels of acuity more in the community. So it starts with Osawatomie and Larned, and again, the capacities there have changed just a little bit. Larned stayed the same. Osawatomie, as I think we talked about last time, we remodeled the building to convert from double occupancy rooms to single occupancy rooms so that we could use every single room every single day. So although the total number of licensed beds is lower, or certified beds is lower, our throughput is exactly the same as we were with 60 beds because of the acuity of our patients. But the third line down is the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital, what we're building in Wichita. That'll add 52 beds when we're for acute adults or adults in acute mental illness crisis when that becomes available in 2027. State institutional alternatives is the next category, and we'll talk a little bit more about this through the presentation, and you asked a couple of other more detailed questions about SIAs. But we did list out our current hospitals that we contract with, and a little information about how many individuals we've served in that program since 2021. So just to remind you now, and I'll probably do it a couple of additional times, these are community hospitals that we have contracts with that agree to provide care to individuals that would meet the criteria for state hospital admission, but we don't admit them. We have these hospitals work with us to provide that higher level of acute care for people who would otherwise meet the criteria to be admitted to a state hospital. That means they're providing a higher level of acuity. We're paying them a daily rate as opposed to the billable rate that they would have in the hospital setting. Otherwise, these hospitals, because they participate at their own will, they get to choose which patients they accept. So some of these partners do admit individuals who are involuntarily committed, who have a court order into treatment. Most of them don't. So they accept patients that meet the state hospital criteria, but are voluntarily agree to be admitted and treated. Some serve children, some serve only adults, some serve only adults over 55 or 65. So there's a little bit of a variety. But over the 2021, since we started the program, we've served 3,200 adults in those settings and almost 1,600 youth, and we're about 40 beds a day, 40 patients a day that are in those SIAs. When we started the program, we originally anticipated that we'd serve maybe 15 to 20. So again, it's been an important part of our system to keep wait times down, serve some people that we can't get into state hospitals because of limitations on bed space. The next level then are crisis services, and we tried to combine, because there's a bit of a range of the crisis services that are available around the state. These are all of most are facility based, so that's some kind of a place where you go. There are mobile crisis services also available, but again, we're looking more in this description of facility based. So in statute, we have some things called crisis intervention centers, which is a higher level of acuity that can accept patients who law enforcement thinks need to be temporarily held involuntarily while they're being assessed. We have 2 of those that are approved in Lawrence and in Newton at Prairie View, and more of those are coming online. The kind of precursor step to a CIC are crisis stabilization units. There are 87 beds of those available around the state, and you can see the list of the places where those are available. And then on the second page, crisis respite centers are another category have between 64 and 66 beds that are available, mostly for youth. and where those are available as well. And then we did list, because there are some that are in flight that we're in the process of licensing. There's a crisis respite center at Burt Nash in Lawrence, a couple of additional CICs that we're looking at, in another crisis stabilization unit. So those are all places where there's the individual that's maybe in a hospital set emergency department or interacting with law enforcement. They're in mental health crisis, and they're being assessed the best place to get them stabilized so that we can figure out what the ongoing treatment course is going to be, or get them stabilized and back to their community placement. And again, around the state, that varies a little bit in what it looks like and the level of acuity, but that's another place where we can divert a lot of people from state hospital admission if they get met with the crisis services where they are and at the right time and place. And then finally, we worked with the Hospital Association to list out private psychiatric hospitals. So these are either general hospitals or specialty hospitals that target, that primarily serve psychiatric patients, and we listed them out for you and the number of beds that are available in each one of those. So these are hospitals, so they provide, in most cases, general health care as in addition to the psychiatric services that they provide. They're admitting people out of their emergency departments or for transfers from other places to provide that mental health treatment. Sometimes these hospitals, and probably in most cases, they're able to stabilize a patient, get treatment on board, and discharge them through a fairly routine course. Sometimes they'll get a patient that they'll be working on treating, and their acuity is so high that it exceeds that hospital's ability to keep the patient safe, keep their staff safe. So that patient will be screened for state hospital admission, and then we'll work them through that process and bring them into a state hospital, as well as a transfer from a private psych hospital. But, and again, you can see from the list of locations, those are around the state in different sizes. And again, some of those are being used as SIAs, which is a higher level of care, but this is kind of the general level of psychiatric care in hospitals around the state. Again, that's not the full continuum, because then you would add community-based services at the bottom of this chart. Not that they're unimportant, but that they would be community-focused treatment for people with mental illness, mobile crisis services that are available around the state. We're trying to just show you the sort of facility side of the continuum of care. And it builds on some other questions that you asked about. So what are the transitions between these locations, and can some of them do more work or be more involved in the treatment beyond just a state hospital level of care?
Okay. Scott, could we stop for some?
Sure.
Are there any questions on this portion of it? Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an interesting way to look at this, Scott. I appreciate you bringing this to it. So what a thought struck me, if you took a map of the state of Kansas, a geographical map, and you laid out where the state hospitals are, and then placed dots where each one of these, the SIAs or these other crisis service intervention centers are there any geographical voids remaining in the state? I mean, it looks to me like there's an opportunity to visually see in the state of Kansas, here's where we can manage the state hospitals and all of these services that are associated with it. I'm just curious, given the size of the state and the needs of the state, do we have any geographic voids with all of these potential resources for mental health?
We could certainly put them on a map for you, so you could see that. The areas that we hear about are Southwest Kansas, Northwest Kansas. There are some beds in Hayes for youth and Hayes Med, but that kind of is at the dividing point between north and south, and and that's not even fully west. So I mean, I think if you think past Hayes, there's a gap. Crisis services are one of those areas, and we could certainly talk to you more about the work that we're doing there. It does depend a little bit on the community's capacity, and the crisis services is it's kind of as needed. It's like having an emergency department or emergency medical services, you've got to have the capacity, but you may not use it every day. So staffing that. So some places, that's why mobile's working in more of those places than a facility-based. But there are some places where we think if we had a crisis intervention center, where we would really, in Salina, in McPherson, and, in that part of the state where we see some admissions where they're either bounced around or waiting in emergency departments, that might be a place to step in. So it's kind of the level and the location is.
So a follow-up question might be, and I'll use whether it's, pick one private psychiatric hospital or just one part of the material that you provided. It's got the beds listed, and is that even, so my question is this an actual capacity, or I'll pick one from my neck of the woods, St. John Hospital in Leavenworth has 30 private psychiatric hospital beds. Can they staff 30? I mean, are they functionally staffed to take 30 patients?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Every single day, I'm not
Okay.
sure. The hospital association might have some other thoughts about that as they've been around visiting and
Okay.
what the actual capacity is.
Just a thought or a question as I'm trying to process what we've got here. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Scott. I'd like to just tag on with Representative Bueller. I think that's would be a good thing to have a map that shows location if we can generate that. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that those hospitals are not necessarily the intake places. It's the emergency rooms, jails, et cetera, all around the state. That's where the geographic dead spots would be the most important, because when a patient is in an emergency room, they may be days before they're accepted in a psychiatric facility. It may be across the state. And so the geographic voids, I think, that we need to look at maybe the intake points, which would be the emergency departments, where they end up as a patient may be 100 miles away, but that's just how the system kind of adjusts according to demand. Yeah.
Any further questions? Representative Pickert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any state hospitals that have services for youth?
Not mental health hospitals,
Okay.
no.
When you're doing a map, it might be interesting and helpful if you have a map for adults and then one for youth, because I know youth get, sent all over. Yeah, that would be real helpful.
We've made that
Thank
distinction
you.
in other
Yeah.
mapping
Thank you.
efforts like this.
We contract most of those youth hospitals.
That's true.
So just a couple committee further questions. So Scott, I just added this up real quick, and I didn't include, the new hospital, but I came up with 464 beds. That big, how many do we need?
The mental health task force, when they met, did an estimate of that number at, I don't remember what the total was. The gap was around 200 beds from where we were at the time, which would be pretty close to that. I think it would get to a total of 400, but we can pull the report and see what that assessment was.
Just curious.
Apologize for not recalling.
And that doesn't count the private ones. Now, on the private deal, do they accept Medicaid? The private pays? Private
Sure,
hospitals?
some do, some may not. I don't know that.
I was just curious about what the mix, I didn't count any of those beds, because I think the majority of our folks that are in these are Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
Not necessarily.
Or no insurance?
No insurance, or, well, actually, we're going to show you for our state hospital population, it's about 50-50, but
Okay.
There may be a gap. So we're talking about adults. So if you're a single adult in Kansas with, and your income has to be pretty low to be Medicaid eligible. So
$9,000 a year.
Yeah, so I don't know that all of them would be Medicaid eligible, but as in that adult category, for sure, as you get over the age of 19.
Very good. Committee, further questions? Okay, moving on.
should have probably grouped some of these topics together as they flowed, and that would have, in thinking of it now, standing here, would have been a really good idea. But so it's going to jump around a little bit on the topics. But so the second question that we had was about competency evaluation and restoration. So we had a good conversation in your last meeting about the work we do at Larned and Osawatomie to identify criminal defendants and assess their competency to stand trial, and then restore them if they're not competent to stand trial. So you asked some questions about that process. So just a few bullet points from the team at Larned. The process is, as we get a patient who's referred by a court for competency evaluation, we do an initial assessment, try to get an initial diagnosis, a provisional diagnosis by a treating physician to kind of know what we're working from. And then we start treating that person's mental illness as best we can so that we can get them to a place where they are stable enough to accept the restoration treatment. So that generally involves psychotropic medications or some kind of medication that we try to get on board to get that process started. And then it moves into psychoeducation regarding what's statutorily required for competency restoration, which includes things like helping the defendant understand how the court process works, the charges against them, what their rights are as a defendant, what options they have as a plea. And we're not talking to them about what their plea options are, but just how that process works, because they need to be able to engage in their defense. Then we do, while that's happening, over that first 90 days of the treatment, of the restoration treatment, an ongoing assessment of their progress, medication changes as needed, just as you'd see in a typical mental health treatment course. And then the final step is completing the evaluation that goes back to the court. Sometimes there's some testing involved about intelligence testing or other kinds of testing to figure out if there's mental illness and other things happening that we need to be aware of. The competency evaluator writes a forensic report back to the court, and then we submit that to the court to review. That gives our assessment of the person's ability to be restored, if they are restorable, and if not, what the next steps ought to be. Then the team said that the success of finding somebody competent is largely dependent on getting them stabilized on medication. If they've got symptoms that can't be treated because they've got dementia or a developmental disability or some kind of organic issue with their brain, or they don't respond to the medication, then that helps us figure out whether they'll be restorable or not at any time in the future. And sometimes the individual's willingness to take medications can be a factor, and we'll come back to that in just a second. But so the average time it takes from the beginning of the restoration process to completing that report or evaluation process. So KSA 223302 is the statute that defines competency to stand trial, that evaluation component. So that takes an average of 49 days to complete an evaluation when we do it at Larned. And 3303 is the restoration statute, and that takes an average of 104 days. And the statute says we have somebody's ordered to restoration for 90 days and then can be ordered for another 90 days, but our average is 104. And that's from the date of admission to the date that the forensic evaluation report or FER is written, not to the date that that defendant's actually discharged back to jail or to their next treatment location. The average length of stay can depend on other things, like if they're not competent to stand trial and not restorable, we've got to get some work done to get them involuntarily committed as a care and treatment case. That can take a while. Sometimes it takes a while for a jail to transport the person from Larned back to their to the jail that they're going to that they need to get back to, so we wait for transport on that. But so the 49 days and 104 days is from admission to the completion of the report. The next question was about...
Let's stop there for questions before we get too far. I think there may be some questions about competency evaluation and that process. Committee questions? I just have a couple. So on the evaluation part, we have the CMCs, the Community Mental Health Centers doing some of that?
Yes.
Okay, so has that helped?
I think it has, we're in the process of as we gather the information from mental health centers every month, looking at how that flows through the process, through our system, and the just general process. We have seen some reductions in the amount of time people are waiting to get into Larned, for evaluation or restoration. And our hypothesis is that that's because the cases that are easier or can be quickly evaluated and restored in jails and communities are kind of taken out of the queue, they're out of the line, which speeds things up for others that are either not cooperative or they need to get to Larned for sure. The total number hasn't gone down much of people waiting to get into Larned, but the time is reducing as far as we can tell. So we think that part's helping. We do need to get the one data piece we discovered in working with the mental health centers, and it's not their fault, is that if some courts order a patient or a defendant to be evaluated by the mental health center, and Larned never finds out about it, which is fine, until we do find out about it, and then it may be somebody we weren't tracking. So we're trying to figure out how to get the data all in one place, so everybody who's ordered for competency we know about and where they are, how long it takes to be able to better answer that question. So that's our next step in that process.
And we do have a mobile.
We do.
So is that helping also?
Again, it's small, but where we've been able to use our staff person in jails working on restoration cases has made a difference for those counties. So if, again, we can take people who are cooperative and medication compliant and do the work that we need to do to restore them where they are. So that definitely works for those patients. And I think it also then helps us prioritize people that aren't medication compliant, aren't going to cooperate. Those are folks we need to get to Larned. It's a good investment of time. And it also, the other part, it's very, I hate anecdotal things, but where that person's been able to go to a jail where the jail's holding one person and they're stuck, can't get them to Larned, where we can intervene in that case and get it resolved. That really helps that jail for that one person. I'm a policy guy. It bugs me, but it's the right thing to do also when we know we can intervene and say, let's solve this problem as quick as we can.
And then finally, so are more judges sentencing these folks to competency evaluations? I mean, is there a spike? Do we have stats to see, is it a stable number, or are we seeing more of these folks that are sentenced to an evaluation of competency and restoration?
I don't think we've seen an overall growth in the number. Maybe, Lindsay, do you have a sense from over time if we've got more orders than we've had in prior years?
I don't think so, too. I think the orders the severity of them have been more intense and more challenging to stabilize, but I think overall the number hasn't drifted too much.
So it's just the difficulty of the folks that we're dealing with, and not more of them, just the difficulty of their treatment.
I think so. Post-COVID, I think there was a little bit of a dip where people got stuck in the process, and I think we've worked through that. But yeah, acuity is more of what we hear about than the number overall.
Very good. Thank you for that. Committee, further questions? Okay, let's continue on. Representative Reeves has a question. Sorry.
Thank you, Scott. I think the thing that, correct me if I'm wrong, that the thing that we can't measure, I guess, is how long it takes for a person for staff to see any kind of observation of the person getting better or they're clearing up in some sense. The use of the psychotropic medications, because it's such a hit and miss, kind of a situation. So that is something that we can't measure. The thing that we can emphasize more is maybe the completion of the report itself, but can't get that report done until all these other steps are completed first, and then that one piece of the human brain that we can't tell them, hurry up, get better.
Right. It does, it takes time for the meds to get on board and stabilize and knowing what a stable looks like or what it's supposed to be. So I don't think in the competency process, we're not working towards curing anybody. We're trying to get them stable enough so they can understand the criminal charges against them. And if they can't meet that threshold, then we need to figure out whether they need an ongoing care and treatment order or something else. So we're not, unlike on the care and treatment, our involuntary commitment side, we are trying to get people stable enough so we can discharge them in the community and they can go home, work, those kinds of things. But on the competency side, not that the bar is low, but what we're trying to achieve is a different measure than our typical approach.
And when
Yes. Lindsay?
It's Lindsay. I might add to that, we have the medication over objection option when they are in our care. However, once they leave our care, it kind of comes back to them and their willingness to take the medication and maintain that, which helps with their competency. And we do see that then when sometimes our patients are stabilized and they are deemed competent, we do send them back to jail to proceed. That is when they start to decompensate because they are still not truly compliant. And that's been the golden question I've asked many of the clinicians, both locally here and then even at conferences with other individuals, is what's the golden secret to getting people to be compliant with mental health psychotropic medication? And the answer is there is no answer. It's individualized and it takes people's commitment and willingness and a whole bunch of factors. So, and that's just something we just can't control of human beings.
I have a follow-up question, but it's really for Lindsay. Yeah. Lindsay, when you said that the acuity is higher, what is the complexity that we're seeing?
Sure. So, and I will kind of add in more. I've kind of been consulting with my friend through the text messages. Cheyenne, our administrative program director for the competency program, says that she does feel like there are more orders coming in. And the acuity piece is that, individuals are coming in and they're facing far more severe symptoms of their mental health. So with schizophrenia and bipolar, those hallucinations, those delusions, those manic phases are pretty intense and they're pretty disconnected from, the world around them. And so again, you can't treat that with talk therapy. You have to treat that through a medication approach. And so again, getting them to comply is one thing. Doing the medication over objection is another approach, but some of these individuals are just not going to follow through and maintain that medication that does help stabilize them. And they're just very sick. They don't have the resources, or they don't take advantage of the resources that they could have in their personal lives and their community lives to be able to stabilize and maintain medication, a job, housing, those types of things. So we're seeing that a little bit more of, from more of a moderate to more of a, most of them are coming in pretty ill.
Any further questions?
Okay, I'm going to try to move a little bit faster. The next question was about how rigid the boundaries are between the steps in the continuum of care, or what's unique at each level. And actually, we've just been talking about that. So the state hospitals, particularly on our care and treatment side for people that are acutely mentally ill, adults that are acutely mentally ill, the uniqueness there is to be admitted, you have to be screened by a community mental health center and meet the criteria for state hospital admission. Those aren't the same criteria for admission to a general hospital or a psych hospital. So that's unique. And then we can also use the SIAs in that same, they're meeting the same, a patient would meet the same criteria to be admitted to a state hospital, but they could be admitted to an SIA. And then the kinds of services that we're providing at either the state hospital or SIA are designed to stabilize people that are acutely mentally ill and get them prepared for continued treatment in the community. General hospitals, at their level of care, they can do some things that we aren't able to at the state hospital around the physical needs. If somebody's diabetic or needs dialysis or needs some other kind of equipment, that's we don't provide that on the state hospital campus, but hospitals may be able to do that, again, up to the person's ability to maintain that. And then for psychiatric services at Larned and the state security program, the next couple of paragraphs talk more about our ability to do medication over objection. So we can go to court and we can ask a judge to let us administer medication to people over their objection once they're ordered into our care for treatment. We've got people trained to do that. We've got the right equipment and security and techniques to do that in a largely safe way. Not all hospitals are trained to do that. Not all jails are trained to do that. Many don't want to do that just as a procedure, but also they may not want to seek that authority because it is asking a judge to decide that somebody doesn't get their wishes respected if they've objected to taking medication. But that is a unique service or a unique opportunity we have at the state hospitals that most community hospitals don't. So that was in that next section of the answer or the question. I think we talked about that for the most part. So the next kind of group of questions were around flexibilities and benefits. Unless you have questions, happy to stop. So when we presented last time, Superintendent Byram talked about Osawatomie doing some flexible scheduling for nursing, and you asked if Larned could do something similar. Superintendent Tops talked to her team, and there are some things that could happen. A couple of the differences: Larned's a much larger facility, more nurses, and has whereas Osawatomie has two distinct programs. Osawatomie has three distinct programs with the Sexual Predator Treatment Program, State Security Hospital, and the psychiatric services. So the way Larned manages now is everybody on campus is assigned to a home unit, but then if there's a need, a shortage on a shift, they pull from anywhere on campus where a person's available. So that makes the scheduling, if you could do self-scheduling in one program, then you wouldn't be able to necessarily pull or have that same person available in the way that they operate today. And there's a lot of different kinds of employees, and Osawatomie has some of this as well, but where they use part-time folks, non-nursing volunteers, float pool, agency, just in trying to think of the magnitude, they're trying to figure that out. The other, we didn't put in here, but probably should have mentioned, Osawatomie runs 2 12-hour shifts. Larned runs 3 8-hour shifts, so we'd have to do that scheduling one extra time a day, which would also make it a little more complicated. But it's something they're considering and we'll continue to think about, but just the context is pretty different at Larned than it is at Osawatomie. Then there was a question about the flexibility and benefit plans for nursing staff at state hospitals. What would it take to offer either different health plan options or more paid time off? I checked with the Department of Administration. The leave, at least for leave, vacation and sick, that's set in state regulation for all employees. There's no distinction. So we independently can't change that for state hospital employees. And when we asked, offering higher pay in exchange for not taking the employee health plan is not available in the state system as well. We did check, and maybe to the question about PRNs before, so we do have PRNs. We also have some flexibility that an employee can work 72 hours in a pay period. And not the full 80 and still be eligible for benefits, for at least health insurance benefits. And Osawatomie's done that in a couple of examples where on the 12-hour shift schedule, it's easier to make that work. So we can keep people, keep their health insurance active. They don't earn quite as much vacation and sick leave. But that is an option. And then we talked about PRNs. Well, I didn't, Leanne did. But so we do offer PRN nursing, and those positions are posted as a regular nurse opening, so they get generally the same rate. I think Superintendent Byram texted me. We do, kind of depending on the person, if they bring more experience, they could get a slightly higher pay rate, but there's no differential because you're part-time. In the state system, it's called the 999 employee. You can work up to 999 hours, but you don't get the health insurance package. We can't pay that differential because you're not accepting health insurance, but we do have some of those part-time positions. And as we were talking about it, that may be something we want to look at is could we post a specific position for a PRN nurse that would have a higher base wage that might get us out of some of the other issues that we have of just making them all general or all nursing positions being the same. And then there was a question about the full compensation package for a contract nurse compared to the full compensation package for state nurses, looking for more of an apples-to-apples comparison. So state employees get benefits like health insurance with dental and vision. They get can have a flexible spending account depending on for healthcare and dependent care, their wellness programs, retirement programs through CAPERS, life insurance, vacation and sick leave. They're also, Representative Pickett's question, they can be eligible for student loan repayment through the Rural Opportunity Zone. Larned and Osawatomie are both in areas where that would be possible. And also the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which is federal. Our employees can certainly participate in that as well. And then there's a table that shows based on fiscal year 2025, what the benefit package is worth. So for a registered nurse at Larned, for example, the average rate that we pay for the nurses that were employees in 2025 was $47.15 an hour. Their benefit expense based on what we actually spent was $17.18 an hour. So that makes a total of $64.33 as kind of our all-in rate for an RN. And we pay agency nurses $90 through those contractors. Osawatomie, again, just the mix of nurses is based on actuals, but it's a total all-in salary and benefit cost for RNs of $58.38 an hour. Short answer, the benefit cost is about between 35 and 36% of the salary cost for state employees. There's an additional table in a little bit of showing if we filled all positions, what that would cost, because you asked about that as well. There was a question about asking LPNs. I think Superintendent Tops mentioned that they had done some surveying of nurses and people on the contractors and what it would take for them to switch to state staff, or that might have been Superintendent Byram at one, or they probably both asked. Anyway, you had an answer on part of the question, but we didn't ask LPN, so Larned did do that, and I excerpted, I took some examples of things that they said and put those in bullet points. If you read through all of those, some are more colorful than others. They were more colorful before I edited them too, but so this is a fairly cleaned up version. A lot about there's nothing to do in Larned, so they don't want to live there. The rent prices or housing prices are too high, and some suggestion that they're unfair. Some things about, concerns about bringing their families to Larned and just kind of what the living environment would be like. Several comments about wages and pay. But I won't read the rest of those to you. Then kind of a little more than $64,000 question. You asked us to do a 3 to 5 year projection of contract and staffing costs and show that over time. So we took a stab at that. Let me tell you what the assumptions were as I walk through it. Number one, I included Larned, Osawatomie, and South Central Regional in Wichita because it'll be open in the time frame that we talked about. You asked for 5 years, so I used our actual expenditures in 2025 as the kind of base year, and then added 5 years out, and it got me to 2030, which was a nice round sounding year. So that's the 6 years that you've got. And then for salary and wages, so what I pulled out of our actual expenditures and our budget submissions were the salary and wage line, contract nursing, that line for contract expenses specific for nursing staff, and then because Osawatomie called out, they also do contracts to have some other key positions like social workers and clinical therapists. I called that out separately for Osawatomie because they identified that separately. We do have some contract physicians and some other contract dentist, but that's fairly routine and stable over time. So I didn't show that, but the contract staffing for social workers, clinical therapists at Osawatomie is a little bit unique, so I did want to call that out. So for that salary and wage line, just that's wages that we pay, overtime, and I took out the shrinkage rate, so the assumption we make about from our total filled position count budget to what we would actually spend. That's what we would expect to spend on salary and wages. Then so we have a number in the budget submission for 26 that's the approved. For 27 that we've submitted to the governor for consideration in September. To get to 28, 29, and 30, I grew that salary and wage number by 2.5%. I picked 2.5% because that's about what the cost of living increases have been that the legislature's authorized over the last couple of years, with a few exceptions, but that seemed like a fairly safe place to assume. And then the contract nursing line is of course, 25 is our actual expenditures. 26 is what we've been approved and what we've asked for in the governor's budget. 27 is what we've been, again, what is allocated to us in the budget process and what we've asked for in the governor's process. And then for 28, 29, and 30, I reduced that amount by 2% year over year. 2% I think we can achieve, although we haven't done it quite yet, but I think with what we've done on bonuses, other things we've been talking about with this committee, I think when we get to through this budget cycle and into 28, I think that's a reasonable target to hit. So that's, again, it's an assumption, have to start from somewhere. So it's 2% reduction year over year. So with those assumptions, so Larned's total bridges the page. I apologize. I should have looked more closely at that. But so our actual expenditures in 25 were $107.7 million for those categories: salary and wages, contract nursing. We would project that by 2027, we'd be at $104 million in total. And then going forward, it's about $500,000 more a year, year over year, going out to 28. I did put on the chart the budgeted bed count and FTE positions as well, just to give you a sense of what that's paying for in terms of bed count. Osawatomie, so our actual expenditures for those categories, salary and wages, contract nursing, and other contract staffing, was $56.4 million. By 28, we'd be at $58.6 million. And then it goes up a little bit year over year from there, kind of based on those assumptions. And then for South Central Regional is a little bit different because it's not a full year of operations in 2027. So you're seeing half of the year there when we open in January of 2027 through the end of the fiscal year. 28, 29, and 30 are reflective of our full year expected operational costs. I did put in some contract nursing costs there. Not that I want to do it. I think it's a practical thing. Again, it's an assumption. If I don't have to use contract labor, I won't. But again, for the purposes of your discussion, I thought it was worth at least showing a proportional amount or what we're expecting from where we are right now. Then I put that all on a graph because I thought, well, that's a lot of numbers. Maybe there's a better way to look at it, and I don't think the graph really helps that much, other than you stack it all together. In 2025 in total across the three hospitals, or at least it's Larned, Osawatomie in 2025, we're spending something like $160 million, and by 2030, when we go all the way out to the end of this time period, we're pretty close to $200 million. But what you get for that is an additional hospital that you don't have today. So please account for that. The darkest shaded bar at the top is South Central Regional. So that's it's not all new money, but it's new capacity, and then a little bit of growth over time in salaries and wages, at least at the two existing campuses.
Committee questions? I have just one very quickly. So you're on this new state hospital, the South Central. So all those beds, the 52 extra beds that aren't for evaluation, competency, and restoration are state security program beds. So they're involuntary.
There'll be 52 for state security program, so competency restoration and evaluation, and 52, that'll be for involuntarily committed adults through the Care and Treatment Act. So very similar to Larned, that has the psychiatric services program that serves people who are ordered by involuntarily committed to treatment by a court, and the state security program. We're going to mirror those two programs in
So they're
Wichita.
the same?
They're the same as
Okay.
those two at Larned, yes.
That's what I was, and then 52 for acute.
Yes.
Okay. Committee questions? Representative Peza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understood you correctly, you said that there's not a PRN option because every state employee has to be paid the same? So they don't get if they don't take benefits, there's no bump in pay, correct? Or not?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Is there anything in statutes or regulations for critical needs? As we are with the state hospitals?
It may not be following your question. Critical needs that would let us do
Critical needs,
what?
is there anything over in a specific area within the state that we need critical needs as in RNs? Is there anything that says we can do A, B, and C until our positions are filled?
So as part of the 24/7 pay plan, there was an hourly differential that's paid based on the vacancy rate at our hospitals. So because our vacancy rate is over 25%, we can pay all hourly positions an additional $225. I'm looking at the screens because that's Larned, or lit, $250?
Yep.
Okay, for $2.50. So that's the one thing we've got in that pay plan, in that incentive package that we could do that is related to vacancy rate.
Okay, thank you.
One other, so we have, sorry, I had to think through other things that we had. So we did just do an increase for our safety and security officers as well, and the Department of Administration let us do a slightly higher rate for safety and security officers at Larned because of their location and because we share a campus with the DOC facility to try to create some equity between their introductory correctional officers and our safety and security officers. So that would be another one that is a different rate of pay that's related to the location.
Representative Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do any of the hospitals pay a shift differential for
Yes.
people? Okay. How much is that? Do you know? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm looking up thinking there's somebody that's going to answer the question for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, it varies. We have shift differential for the second and third shift employees, shift differential for, you don't have it for the areas, just the actual time of day. Ashley, are you recalling any other? I just looked at a bunch of timesheets. She might not hear us, but we do get shift differentials through working after certain certain hours of the day.
And we could get that for you.
Yeah, we do receive the shift differential depending on the position that you hold. Knock shift gets it for OSH for a full 12 hours. Day shift will get it for 5 hours. However, for the way that the state looks at it, a lot of places will get, we do not provide as much shift diff for those more difficult hours, such as evening and knock, as private entities do. So it's pretty much 10% of the individual's base pay.
Thank you. Or thank them. Thanks.
We do have one other shift differential too that does go to our direct care staff that works specifically with the state security program patients as well.
Thank you for that. Committee, any other questions about this? Scott, I want to back up just a little bit to your explanations on the state security program. So what difference are the services provided there versus in a corrections facility? I know they do, and I don't have any experience with it, but I do know that corrections provides some mental health services.
Sure, sure. Our setting at Larned looks very much like a correctional, like a jail or a DOC facility in terms of the security approach and how things are designed and built, and some of the protocols in terms of there's a sally port, there aren't unlocked doors, I mean, things like that. Where DOC is keeping somebody longer term, they're providing maybe more services to that individual. Healthcare, certainly, behavioral healthcare, but some other probably vocational kinds of things related to their security. We're just focused on keeping people safe, evaluating their competency, doing what we need to do to figure out whether we can restore somebody to competency, get them back into the criminal justice system, or move them into the next stage of behavioral health treatment. That's probably the big distinction I would make. In terms of the security profile, it's pretty similar, but the programming is going to look, I haven't worked in DOC, so I don't know exactly what happens every day, but would be a different environment, at least in those senses. Lindsay, anything you would add to that?
Yeah, and just keep in mind too, everything that we're doing treatment-wise is all surrounded around the competency aspect. So if they're there for the evaluation piece, we are doing medication adjustments, which associates directly with them becoming, helping them reaching that competency piece. And they're receiving psychoeducation and some mental health services through group therapy and that again help with some of those skill developments in managing mental health, but the intention and everything surrounds the competency piece. So if they have a trauma background or if they have other coping skill limitations or other mechanisms there, that is not being focused as much in our facility because that's not the intent. The intent is to just simply get them stabilized for competency. And the same when they go into a 3303 order where they've deemed not competent, we're trying to restore them. Again, there are some group therapy services that are offered every day on the units. There's also individual therapy that's available, but we are not an appropriate setting to really dive into the depths of their mental health other than trying to achieve that stabilization and that competency aspect being restored. Our intent and hope is to get them to the community basis where they would have more long-term stability in services to help them manage some of that stuff. And likely, even though that's limited in our setting of competency, even in the correctional setting, I imagine there's probably not a whole lot of depth that they're probably diving into, more focusing on just keeping them stable to function in that environment.
Well, thank you. I'm just operating on the premise of no stone being unturned here in this situation. And while we're talking about that, and I noticed you didn't have much write-up here about the sexual predator treatment program. What's different about that treatment, that program, than, say, a prison?
The treatment for us with like the sexual violent predator individuals is a lot more in depth, a lot more intense. We have a lot larger breakdowns of tiers in which the individuals have to go through with skill acquisition, skill demonstration. They're moving through at much smaller steps and are going into far more depth. There's a lot more achievements they have to make in our setting and behaviors and progress that is seen in our facility than what they might receive in the jail correctional settings for that type of treatment. Just because if they've come to us, they've been deemed to be an even higher risk generally than what the individuals in the correctional settings have been deemed there. So a lot more intense, a lot more frequent in the services that we provide, and a lot more smaller steps to achieve and allow them to merge back into the community because their risks through testing and assessment are generally a lot higher.
And so to dovetail on that, how many of those have been fully restored and released into the community in the last, let's just say, 5 years?
In the last 5 years, I would say we probably had, just going off my head, maybe around 5 individuals, 5 to maybe 7. As far as the whole program, we've only had around the 20 resident mark where we've had individuals fully complete and be released from the program. But keep in mind too, the nature of this population is typically individuals that showcase these different personality disorders and these lack of regard for following rules and adjusting to the common way of how we need to act and behave in society. So you're taking individuals who are already not acclimating to the community and how we live, and you're putting them on stricter standards. So it's a very challenging population. And last week I attended a conference in Colorado with other state psychiatric hospitals that also have these treatment programs. And I was disheartened yet validated to hear that they also have these programs where these individuals will sit in their facilities for years and years and years because they are resistive and they are unwilling to follow through and comply and move through the program. So we're definitely not the only state that's seeing that challenge with that population.
And I agree with that 100%, and that brings me to my next point here. Per resident, through the sexual predator treatment program, per resident, it's $182,000 a year to house these folks. And that compares to El Dorado is $41,000 for a correction for a prisoner, $41,000 for Ellsworth, $38,000 for Hutch, Lansing, $38,000, $42,000 for Larned, the correctional facility there. So $140,000 a year more to house these folks that the vast majority of them will not ever see the light of day again.
House and treat. So we're obligated by the Supreme Court cases establishing the constitutionality of the program that we have to provide treatment to everybody who's civilly committed as well. But house and treat.
Yeah, thank you for that. Committee, further questions? Okay, seeing none, let's move on.
So the next question was the total spend for permanent staff nurses at all state hospitals. We only did Larned and Osawatomie, but so that's the next couple of charts. If we take registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, our licensed mental health technicians, and mental health disability techs, those are our direct care staff. At Larned in 2025, that was a total of about $15 million that we spent with overtime. And that chart shows you the total current filled at the time for 2025 and the average hourly rates. And then the agency spend for the same categories of staff was at $42.3 million for a total of $57.3. Osawatomie for our staff is about $6.8 million for same categories, RNs, LPNs, and MHGDs. And then for agency staff, they spent $14.8 million. I think we got most of that information to you the last time that you met. That's a little bit different than what was on the staffing projection because the 5-year projection looked at total salaries and wages for all staff positions on the campus. This is just those direct care nursing staff positions. You asked us what the local population organically could staff at Larned or Osawatomie. We're short a demographer, or I'm not a sufficient statistician to do that. So what we did is try to just show you where people live that work at Larned and Osawatomie. So the first series of numbers are if you took all of our direct care staff and the cities that they live in and around Larned, and you can see that over the couple of pages there. Osawatomie, we did the same thing by county. And you can see that 192 of the folks live in Miami County. A good number come from Johnson, Lynn, Franklin, Anderson, and a few from Missouri. So I think the reason we answered the question that way is if you think about the population of either those cities, in Larned's case, or those counties, in Osawatomie's case, of how many more people there are to draw to fill the positions that we've got, particularly if our registered nurses, our LPNs, have the right licensure category. So I don't know if that's a sufficient answer to the question, but it was our attempt to try to at least show where people work or how far we draw from now. There's a question about how much we pay for RNs, BSNs, and LPNs, and that was on the prior tables. Then you asked, what would the cost be if the agency staff changed to state to fill the needed positions, and what that would cost to convert. So the table that's on the next page shows for Larned, if we were able to fill all of our vacant positions in those categories at our average wage, what that would cost. So for Larned, that's a little over $31 million. For Osawatomie, if we filled all the vacant positions, again, at the average wage, it'd be about $16 million. And I think the comparison there is, compared to our ask for contract staffing, what's the difference? And it's a little bit more for Osawatomie than what we're asking for in contract labor. It's about the same number for Larned to convert, or to fill all of the state positions with state employees. Then you asked us about to query the staff at Larned of what changes in the campus could be beneficial to ease the workforce strain. Just happened that Larned was working on a survey of employees during that same time period. We didn't have the results when you met the first time, but we've done a couple of rounds of this survey now, and so we went to 988 employees, and we got 242 responses, which we were kind of shocked that we got that many responses. But so we kind of took the questions that would be responsive to the question about what changes in terms of that would be beneficial from an employee perspective, and then summarize the comments. So we asked a question about what additional training, tools, or support would make you more effective. We got 200 responses to that question, and the kind of top ones were updated training, better tools, personal protective equipment, clearer guidance from management, structured meetings, and stronger morale support, pay incentives, time allowances for training, and improved communication. Asked if there's one initiative to improve staff engagement or retention, what would it be? Again, there's some themes around communication, around staff support, supervisor presence. A couple of things about pay for raises, incentives, step increases, so for classified employees or something similar. Teamwork kinds of things, staffing, scheduling, more breaks, and then one thing leadership could do, and a couple things about compensation, a couple things about visibility, recognizing employees and supporting employees more, addressing some things around fairness, kindness, addressing favoritism. Topics that we've heard about before, but it's nice to see employees kind of call the same things out. So again, a lot of these are pay is on this list. I want to not say that there aren't talking about pay, but there are some things that aren't pay related in terms of training, organizational culture, and things that Superintendent Tops and her teams are trying to address, and having doors open to staff, getting comments, suggestions, working on staff safety, those kinds of themes. So definitely things that we can work on to help with that retention. The next question was about could beds be transitioned to other facilities or partners in the continuum of care? Are there services that could be effectively provided elsewhere? So we wrote a little bit about SIAs again and how that works. And maybe I think the discussion was about would other hospitals want to take on the charge of being an SIA or in that more formal role. We would think there may be some other hospitals that would want to consider it, and we're open to those conversations. But it does require, or certainly we think the better practice is that there are dedicated psychiatric beds, rooms that are ligature resistant and safe for patients and staff. Some things around safety systems that we have, like cameras, duress systems, alert alarms for staff. Things like that are more likely to be in place in hospitals that have psychiatric units or not better equipped, but equipped to serve those kinds of patients with those needs. There's also some training that we think would be good around verbal de-escalation, some physical intervention kinds of things that we do at Larned and Osawatomie that would be good best practice. And just a critical access hospital, a smaller rural hospital just may not have the resources to do those things, may not have the space to do those kinds of things, may not have the staff that want to do those things, or clinicians that want to do those things. And that's certainly their choice. But jumping into serving behavioral health patients beyond just stabilizing them in an emergency department and getting them ready for transfer is something that is definitely worth thinking through. And again, we're open to partnership, and we're open to talking to more hospitals about that, but we do want them to think about it with eyes wide open. It's, you know, we're going to talk about the rate here in a minute, but it's not, we think it's a fair rate, it's a competitive rate, but it's competitive if you've got staff that are willing to do it in a room that's safe for the patient, and some of those other conditions are met. So it's not a no, but it's a no with thinking through with deliberate cause. Let's see. What's the reimbursement rate? Our average is $1,300 per day. There is a bit of a range, but that was, we calculated the average for you. And then it's based on the daily rate at Adair Acute Care at Osawatomie State Hospital. So it does, we do try to change it or keep it up to date with the rate at Osawatomie. Then a series of questions about what CMS pays for at state hospitals and what could be paid for under Medicare, if we could get a waiver from the Medicaid rules about Institutes for Mental Disease. So we pull, talk about the data in a minute. So Medicare and Medicaid will pay hospital charges and physician services if the patient has Medicare days available, and when we go submit those claims, utilization review determines that their hospitalization meets the criteria for Medicare and Medicaid charges. Medicare will pay for up to 90 days per eligible hospitalization and 190 lifetime days for hospitalization. So if we identify that a patient has Medicare, we try to bill it for those things that we can. So the numbers kind of play that out. So at Larned, they had 578 admissions to the psychiatric services program. So that's the acute treatment side in 2024. About half of those admissions had some kind of insurance. 81 had Medicare A and B. 31 or 6% only had Medicare B. 170 had commercial insurance. 7 had Medicaid. And again, that was kind of total admissions. So about bottom line, about half of the patients that we admit, at least in that year, had some kind of insurance that was could pay something. In 2020, on to the next page, 2024, you asked some other questions about IMD and age exclusion, so this gets into the age breakdown. They had 151 admissions between the ages of 21 and 64 that had Medicaid. So under, as we talked about the last time, the federal rule says, because Larned's an institute for mental disease, if you're between the ages of 19 and 64, we can't bill Medicaid at all because of the setting that we have. So we had 151 admissions, and 78 had Medicaid as their primary insurance. So those are ones that we wouldn't be able to bill for under any condition. For those that had Medicaid as their secondary, we could bill under their primary insurance. And then we had 23 admissions that were 65 or older, and break down their kind of insurance coverage there. Had a few that had SSI or SSDI, so they had disability coverage. So pretty good, I mean, that's about 20% of our admissions were in that age range where they'd be excluded from billing Medicaid. So if we got an IMD waiver, those would be patients that we could go back to Medicaid, not go back to, but in the future could bill Medicaid for. At Osawatomie, they had 207 admissions. On the Osawatomie side, 59 had Medicare Part A and B. 9 had Medicaid, 141, kind of the top line number, 141 had insurance, 66 didn't have insurance. So that's about 70% of the people had health insurance that we could bill. 11 of those were over 65. For the Adair Acute Care, the more acute side, they had 1,009 admissions. 43% of those, 437, had some kind of health insurance that we could bill. And you can read the rest of it. 296 of them had some kind of commercial insurance. So I think the answer to your question is we bill for what we can. There are some patients that don't have insurance, but it's, somewhere around 50-50. And we do bill for what is available to bill. The next question was about IMD waiver, which is in the prior answer. you asked a question about where in the state patients come for competency cases. So we did want to show that for both Larned and Osawatomie by county. So, and the table didn't split neatly on the pages, but so there were, my header's not there, for Larned in fiscal year 2025, that we admitted 186 defendants for competency treatment or evaluation. And a good chunk of those came from Sedgwick County, a good chunk from Shawnee County, more populous counties. I don't need to point that out to you. At Osawatomie, we admitted 121 people for competency cases, and you can see what counties they represented as well. And maybe just so it's people that are ordered to the state hospital for competency, we treat it as one system. So we admit, if Osawatomie can take a patient, we admit them off the waiting list. If they need to be at Larned because of the higher level of security, we do that as well. But again, we would put these two numbers together and say that's what we're doing in terms of competency cases. For the county, they just say we need somebody admitted for evaluation or restoration.
So Scott, was I not paying attention, or did we skip over the IMD inclusion question there?
Well, maybe I skipped it over it for my own interest. So at Larned, we had of our admissions, 578, there were 151 that would be subject to the IMD exclusion. So that's in the ballpark of 20% or so. So if we had an IMD waiver, those were people that they have Medicaid. About half of them have Medicaid as their insurance coverage in that age range. And if we didn't have the IMD exclusion, we could bill Medicaid for those services.
That begs to, why are we not applying for an IMD exclusion waiver?
We are working on it. As part of the Behavioral Health Commission's work, we already have an IMD, a waiver for substance abuse services. We need to get it for mental health, and we're in process, and we can get you. I should have provided the update of where we are on that. We've done that I think we've done that for Bethel in the last Bethel meeting, and we may be talking about it at the next Bethel. We've talked about it in a committee. Not me, but others from KDADS have in the last couple of meetings, but we can get you that information of where we are on the status of it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Committee questions on anything so far? Representative Opeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm going to back you up just a little bit on the survey that you did for the nurses, where about 200 responded. Do the state hospitals offer any type of CE opportunity or learning opportunity?
We do. There's annual training, updating people's CPR if they're an RN or they have a license and they need continuing education. We try to provide that as well. Both hospitals do a mental health conference that they host, and so we can do some of the CE through that process. But we do try to, if people have, particularly if they have a license, we try to make sure they can get their CE hours for their license, and then there's some required annual training we have to do for everybody on campus that
Okay,
happens.
but the annual training every year on campus is not usually CE. Because I know CPR is not, BLS is not.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to make sure that you're
I can add
understanding the
more
question.
information.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. We do have those opportunities for CEUs, like Scott said, with the annual conference that we have. And then something we also at Larned specifically, we've been collaborating with OSH. This engagement survey that you are seeing in this report is actually one of 2 engagement surveys that we've already produced in the last several months. And part of that was staff requesting more training. And so our Chief of Staff, Eric Garrison, has worked very hard with staff development. And we now have a rollout of continuous training opportunities that are now on a calendar that staff are able to sign up for, and we're moving in the direction of making those qualified for CEUs for our not only our nursing but also our clinically licensed staff. So we are increasing the opportunity for them to expand and obtain those throughout the entire year. But prior to that, we did have through our own conference, staff locally here are able to obtain those.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pickard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm kind of at a disadvantage because I wasn't here in August to hear the discussion, but I'm just sitting here thinking Western Kansas is in dire need of behavioral health services, outpatient, inpatient, whatever. And there are a lot of little rural hospitals that are struggling or have closed. And so you provided information about that, but what would it take to really dive deep into the possibilities? I don't know if the Hospital Association can help or what, but you know, with the biomedical center in Wichita, that's going to be open. It'll take a little while to get, you know, people through the pipeline, but hopefully we'll have more psychiatric kind of services, you know, providers. And I'd hate to have providers and nothing in place, you know. So this will all take time, but it just seems like it could be a hand in glove kind of thing. So just something to think about and maybe start acting on. I don't know who the players are, their stakeholders are, but anyway.
It's a good suggestion. You've got the Hospital Association on your list of conferees. If I could get done, they would come up and talk about things. I'm not complaining. I'm sorry. I'm in their way of them presenting. And the mental health centers are here too. And as we talk about the Behavioral Center of Excellence and trying to create more training pipelines, a lot of that is then we can produce the professionals that are trained. They've got to have places to practice. And we think, and targeting some of that towards rural Kansas and in clinic settings and outpatient settings and critical access hospitals, it's kind of all those locations of care is a big part of that. So we do try to. I really applaud both superintendents. They put a lot of effort into being engaged in their communities, and for Larned, that's a big part of the state, to make sure, you know, we're supporting those things. The conference that they host is open. They open up to mental health centers and other providers so they can benefit from that as well. So yeah, we're definitely part of that mix. Again, to support care where it needs to happen, because we want to admit everybody that needs to come to our hospitals, but we also want to keep people out if they don't need to come to Larned or Osawatomie or other state hospitals. I think the next to last question was about state hospital patients that are effectively in long-term care and might be better suited for a nursing home, and options for transitioning them to other settings, which is a really important question, a really good question. So the Larned and Osawatomie teams collaborated on this response that's a couple of pages, which I don't want to read to you. I'm going to try to not read it to you, but so we do try to get every patient that's in a state hospital into the least restrictive setting. So if they don't need to be at Larned or Osawatomie, we want to find either better treatment locations or something that's more community based. There are some limits on how that works, and some systems that have to go through to make that possible. So for our patients, we do have them assessed for their level of care need for any kind of long-term care setting. So anybody in Kansas who may need a nursing facility level of care have to be assessed to determine what that level of need is, and our patients go through that same process. So, but what is a little bit different for our patients is they have a mental illness, and sometimes it's really, really acute. So they may need a higher level of nursing facility care, and that's the difference between level 1 and level 2 that's described in the write-up. So if we can get that level 2 screen, and we have that need identified, then we know we can go out and try to look for a level 2 placement for one of our patients. There are some other options. as well. There are things called Home Pluses that KDAD's licenses, but sometimes those aren't available to people that have mental illness. Sometimes we have people that have mental illness and they have an intellectual and developmental disability, so we look at group homes or transitional living or some other kinds of options for people that either they can't meet the level 2 criteria or there aren't places for them. So we tried to lay some of those options out. And one of the obstacles is that the people that we serve and we're trying to discharge have a mental illness. And sometimes there are locations that kind of next post-acute levels of care will not admit people that have, not so much that they have mental illness, but that it's at such an acute level that they don't think they can meet their clinical needs, treatment needs, which is a fair thing to assess. Sometimes they look at recent aggression, and so they'll not admit a patient that's coming out of state hospital because they've got a history of aggression, and we document those things. So we're going to tell them, this is a patient that we've, had to restrain, or that we've had to, that's assaulted another patient or assaulted a staff member. So we're honest about those things, but that is an exclusion criteria for some of the placements. Sometimes they have medical conditions that are really complex. Plus, they have behavioral health needs, which those facilities may not be able to meet the need for. And then there are even some more specific diagnoses that are hard to place, and just because facilities don't think they can meet those needs. So we really try to find alternatives. We try to work with facilities to explain kind of what progress people have made and try to mitigate some of those concerns, but that's the environment that we're working in. Our social workers do that. They work really hard. I mean, once we've completed treatment or we've got somebody as stable as they can, our social work teams then need to really look for other options that could move that person onto a less restricted setting. Couple of comments about SIAs. That again, they're great partners. We're excited that they're part of the program, but sometimes state hospitals are getting the patients that SIAs can't manage or can't handle. So the people now coming out of state hospitals are either even more acute than they were before, which creates challenges or exacerbates existing challenges. So it takes a lot of work. There's a lot of options, but thinking through, I think the question that you all raised is what are better levels of care, better treatment options for people that don't need to be in a state hospital. We agree and would be very excited to work with you on ways to make more options available for people with mental illness for those longer term care needs outside of state hospitals. Then the very last question was why we call some of our patients residents. Which is a really good question that I think I really messed up the last time. Our patients are people that we're treating. Are the sexual predators on the Larned campus in particular? We don't consider them patients. They're residents because they're ordered to our care. So it's people that we treat on the campus. We try to show that number consistently, but we do use different words depending on the program. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know that was an exhaustive list of all the questions you asked the last time, but we got a lot of them. And again, thanks to the research team for sort of validating that list for us so we could answer the right.
I think you did a very good job. Thank you for that. I know it was a big list, and it looks great to me. Committee, I'm going to ask for a question, but one thing I want to make very clear here is that I'm not interested in doing away with the sexual predator treatment program. So we're looking at all options, and we need that information, but it has nothing to do with doing away with it. But I do think there is a question about whether they would be better in a correctional facility, in a correctional setting versus sexual predator treatment program. And Jenna's working on stuff, and the AG's department is supposed to be here, so that's probably no is the answer to that. But I'm not interested in doing away with that program, but I do think we need to understand how expensive that is. So I'm not interested in doing with the program.
We do an annual report to the legislature about the program, and it has the information in there about where everybody is in the program, how many people we've completed and gotten through final disposition and discharged. And so we'll share that with you in January when you come back.
Okay, very good. Committee questions? Wow, you did a great job. No questions.
I thought I'd be invited to do my presentation from last time for Representative Pickert, which I'm happy to do or share with you so you can have it for your reference.
All right.
You're welcome.
Now, you're standing up for a reason. Are you with the?
I just want to let you know I'm from the Attorney General's office.
Okay.
And so I am here, so.
Okay, we have you on the schedule, I think, later today. I appreciate that, and I thought that. Okay, we're kind of a little bit behind, but we'll get caught up very quickly. Molly Kemper. Molly, welcome to committee. What's that? Oh, okay, sorry. I guess I had that, yes, okay, sorry about that. Larry, I lost track of I already scratched off the community hospital deal. Larry, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm Larry Vanderwig, the Director of Regulatory Affairs and Preparedness with the Kansas Hospital Association. I'm also a former critical access hospital administrator, so I understand very well the concerns that you all face related to contract staffing, and obviously we'll cover some of the same ground that Deputy Secretary Bruner did in his testimony as well. I'm glad for the opportunity to be here today to discuss what our hospitals are facing and what would be needed to change the current state hospital structure if community hospitals were serving more of those patients than they are today. See, am I hitting the right button? There we go. So following your earlier meetings where this committee discussed the ability for community hospitals to serve this particular patient population, we surveyed our membership and asked them to share about current capacity and investments, and then what would be needed for our community hospitals to take on more mental health patients, including capital investments and ongoing costs. And what would be the possible impacts if the state hospital system would have to decrease existing bed capacity. We received 61 responses from hospitals across the state, including some hospitals with existing behavioral health beds, including some that are already participating in the current SIA program. We have also held discussions with our Behavioral Health Committee, which is made up of hospitals and other partner organizations from community mental health, law enforcement, EMS, and others to gather thoughts and input. To understand the current situation, let's review the existing processes of hospitals across Kansas when treating emergency room patients related to getting them access to appropriate behavioral health services. Am I hitting the right button? There you go. That's there. So once a patient arrives to an ER, the patient is assessed for both physical and mental health needs. If the patient has physical symptoms, those are treated. If the patient's evaluation and assessment suggests behavioral health needs beyond what is available in the ER services, then a search for appropriate placement based on that patient's needs begins. During this process, a determination must be made if the patient is willing to be admitted voluntarily or involuntarily for services, especially if deemed a threat to themselves or others. The patient's willingness can be a fluid situation at times based on their minute-to-minute circumstances and state of mind. Understand, for physical health issues in general, the worse the condition gets, the more the people tend to seek care. Mental health is often the opposite. The more the crisis, into crisis a person gets, the more paranoid, distrustful, or irrational they become, making this situation difficult. If a clinical team is in a situation of having a voluntary patient, then the ER staff begins to search for an accepting inpatient unit or appropriate treatment center, as we show in the middle column there. We also have to arrange transport services. If the patient is considered an involuntary admission, based on that screening process, an available involuntary bed in facilities like Larned or Osawatomie, an SIA facility or a crisis intervention center must be located. The hospital staff must also arrange for secure transportation services, and that is a very important part, getting the patient there securely and safely. The patient is held in the ER until the time in which a bed is available and the transport services arrive for the transfer. In most instances, this occurs in an ER with no specialized services available to the patient. So just to point out, as we say that they are held, that means that they are not receiving any treatment and no billable services being provided. They are truly being held to keep them safe and in a manner to keep the staff safe and try to reduce any harm to staff or the facility or other patients or people in the facility. Those patients are then required to be observed around the clock, and many times that involves the law enforcement from the community, as many of our facilities don't have active security staff. It is often the facilities, the maintenance people are considered security in our facilities, so they need to call local law enforcement. In this slide, what we've tried to do is give data about the holds of patients awaiting state bed placement. So with a steady and growing flow of patients over the last few years and increasing lengths of stay for these patients sitting in ERs and not receiving treatment services, this challenge has continued to plague hospitals around the state. In our survey results, 65% of respondents say they hold 1 to 5 patients per month. And a majority of our respondents were critical access or rural emergency hospitals. And so from smaller communities and lower volumes. 21% suggesting that they have 5 to 10 patients per month in this hold situation. And a concerning 9% say they would hold 11 to 20 patients per month. And 3 others saying that they have more than 1 patient per day caught in this gap of staying in a hospital ER when they need more specialized services. In the middle row there, if you look at, that's the average length of stay for holds. The most recent survey suggests that these patients are still waiting in more than 70% of our instances multiple days, so more than 24 hours to up to 7 days on average in this hold situation. With 80% of community hospitals, in the bottom stat there, 80% of community hospitals do not have a space designated in their ER for behavioral health patients. So with this fact, significant investments would be needed to take on any additional behavioral health patients. Further, when interviewed, SIA hospitals have highlighted to us that reimbursement is a consistent concern. Those hospitals have continued to tell us that SIA payments rarely offset infrastructure expenses or fully compensate for the intensity of care. Medicaid billing limitations, particularly for the ages 21 to 65 due to the IMD exclusion, were highlighted as ongoing challenges. When asked if those serving today would recommend designating SIA beds, opinions were mixed. Some hospitals cited benefits such as meeting community needs, increasing census, and alleviating burden on other facilities. Others cautioned that fluctuating demand, higher acuity, and safety risks make designation less sustainable. So now let's take a look at, let's discuss a future of what would actually be needed to move from where we are today. So what would be needed? First of all, it's important to note that as of today, most behavioral health beds in community hospitals make up a significant financial loss of the hospital providing the service. Since 2023, the state has had to make important investments simply to keep these beds open that exist in today's environment. The state legislature in fiscal year 24 has had to invest $10 million or $23,000 per bed per year to offset losses to entice those beds to stay available for Kansans. This does not include geriatric or pediatric psych beds in the state. That $10 million annual investment made today is what is keeping those services hanging on by a thread. If we would look at the scenario of what hospitals would need to take on more patients that are currently served in state hospitals, those investment needs would grow significantly. According to our recent survey, only 7 hospitals not providing those services today even indicated an openness to consideration of the idea of taking on more of this patient population if the conditions were improved. And of the 7, most do not currently even offer behavioral health inpatient services. So this process would certainly need to be a multi-year effort of investments and preparation. As a reminder, Larned currently houses 90 beds, 60 for long-term residential treatment, 30 for crisis stabilization units. We use this as a baseline to determine what the possible universe of need is if community hospitals were to take this on. Startup funding likely of 30 to 60 million would be needed for infrastructure investments, obtaining staff training and onboarding for security and clinical and non-clinical staff. This estimate is based on a recent hospital's $60 million in capital investment for a 101-bed facility that was completed in 2015. Hospitals would also flag that more may be needed in the agency budget to more appropriately and accurately cover the daily expenses not accounted for in the SIA rates as they are structured today. Currently, this rate is approximately $1,200 per day. Hospitals have also identified a need for additional ongoing resources to effectively maintain treatment of patients currently being served in state hospitals. These additional funds would be needed for things like physical damages. For instance, one hospital that currently has a behavioral health unit says that they must repaint and repair multiple times per month. Further, these funds would also need to be available to have incentive structures to entice professionals that don't currently serve in community hospitals to do things like provide group therapy sessions. It was also noted that these ongoing additional dollars would need to be available to cover things like workers' compensation expenses and related ongoing security, as well as de-escalation and emergency types of trainings for staff. In this slide, you see some of the comments from hospitals as well as some law enforcement partners about the impact of the possibility of downsizing state hospital beds in Kansas. The topic of healthcare impacts and the possibility of serving more emergent behavioral health patients alongside regular patient populations without adequate investments was lifted as a top concern. For example, a patient in mental health crisis receiving services alongside an elderly person in an ER is not ideal for anyone. ED crowding and longer wait times were a concern. Also, concern was expressed about staffing, recruitment, and retention. That currently the state is making progress on. It would simply be shifted to community hospitals. Maybe the biggest item we heard was the community impact more broadly, more impacts to jails with more people rotating in and out between an ER and community jail, and impacts to local law enforcement. As stated earlier, I was a hospital CEO for 17 years in a 4-hospital system. I truly understand and appreciate your desire to reduce agency staffing costs. I've had to weigh similar choices between additional expenses versus the bed availability and services for people in need in our communities. While we know that this committee is looking at every possible solution when it comes to reducing contract nursing costs, we urge you to really consider that the answer probably best lies in creating more of a pipeline for talent to serve in these professions rather than simply shifting care from one setting to another. We know that the state has made some positive momentum on retaining Kansans and getting wait times down for Kansas residents. We would caution that a step backwards will have a real impact to communities, and those needs unfortunately don't go away, but rather just get reallocated into an already strained healthcare system. I'd be happy to stand for any questions at this time.
Very good, Larry. Thank you for that. Committee questions. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Larry, for your presentation. On your first slide, you have the current situation from coming into an ER to, and then determining whether they're involuntary or an involuntary admission. Do we have any data of how long that process is, including if you're in an ER and you have a social worker that's done the assessment, and it's the social workers and the psychiatrist's opinion that the person needs an admission. So then the determination is now with, is it a voluntary or an involuntary, right? So even for a voluntary, and if that hospital doesn't have the capacity to admit the person there at their hospital, then they're looking at other hospitals. Some of the frustrations that I have seen are what it takes in order for the next hospital to accept that admission. It takes an ungodly amount of time and effort in order to do that. Do we have any data about that? Those wait times?
I don't have it on top of my head, and that's something we'll try to get for you, to get that information. You're right, and it can vary. The screening process, the time from when the patient comes into the facility to when a determination is made can take time, and then you're exactly right. There is time then to find a facility and the transportation to get them there.
Committee for Representative Bueller.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. What struck me as I was listening to, especially your the closing is, when we had this discussion, it wasn't necessarily about shifting capacity. It was about finding and using capacity in areas that might have capacity where they would be willing to consider this type of treatment or becoming part of the process. So it wasn't really, hey, we're going to move this from this to this. It was, okay, if you're in Holton, or pick a small town, or a place where there's a critical access hospital or a rural emergency hospital, would you approach your presentation any differently? Because this truly wasn't about a shift when we discussed it a month ago, at least as I recall. It was exploring kind of a whole of government approach. So yeah, I'm lining up with you if we were just saying, hey, here you go. But that isn't what we were asking, as I recall. Would that change your presentation any? I mean, it may not have to answer now. I mean, maybe a little more thought on it, but that was.
We can give more thought on it. I think we appreciate your clarification of that. And what I appreciate from our member hospitals is that there was some willingness to explore it and to take a look at it. And they did, we had a pretty good return rate, I feel like, of the survey, and actually did look at it and give us some valuable information to the best of their ability to say what it might take. But with that, like you listed, Holton as an example as a critical access hospital. I think, as was mentioned in an earlier testimony, as Deputy Secretary Bruner, just where the testimony may not change is to try to point out the investment and the challenges, especially where majority of our hospitals are smaller hospitals, to try to get the capital investment, the talent and personnel investment to try to take on this type of service and to be good at it, frankly.
Okay.
To do a good job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Larry. For Representative Ruiz, I think page 4, that middle part, lists some of the length of stays in the emergency room waiting on those type of patients to be transferred. Might be helpful. But in your presentation, you kind of ended it by the summarizing that it looks like it would be too difficult to have the infrastructure preparation for the bottom line was sort of doesn't look like it would be a doable proposition to encourage some of these patients to be treated locally in community hospitals rather than in a state hospital. Is that pretty much what you get from majority of your KHA members?
Yes, I think that's an accurate statement.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Committee, further questions? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Representative Bryce, for that length patient stay on page 4. I think what I was looking more for are more details. Why is some took less than 24 hours, many more take 24 to 48 hours, which means that patient is in the ER on hold in some type of a room. And then we see that 80% of the respondents do not have rooms specifically designed for behavioral health patient holds. And of course, that's a big problem. And I know some hospitals do have a designated area or specific rooms. And if you're building a new hospital, then you can make that accommodation, have maybe a couple of rooms that are retrofitted in order to accommodate someone with, that has behavioral health needs, maybe have thoughts of suicide, so forth. So on top of reasons why these 24 to 48 hours length of patient stays, I would be curious if anybody can put any dollar to what would it take for a hospital to retrofit one room to accommodate a behavioral health patient.
Representative Rios will try to get that information to you. Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Erickson, sorry. I knew I was.
I've been both, so thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. I know I visited with our local hospital, and they did have a place for these patients that was safe and secure, but due to regulations, they were told they could no longer use that space. Is that a problem that you're seeing across many of your hospitals, or are regulations preventing some of this, or is it just solely, as you stated, kind of capacity?
I don't know that I would feel confident trying to make a generalized statement on that. I think sometimes regulations can come into play on, like your hospital shared with you, but I would be hesitant to make an overgeneralized statement of that.
Well, and then the sad thing, Mr. Chair, as I'm sure you're aware, is then when they said that space no longer conformed to regulation standards, they were putting them in hallways. They were putting them which to me makes no sense at all, but I wonder how much that's a problem, maybe some regulations that are preventing some of this versus some of the other issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And it could be, we may be able to get some answers later on this afternoon. I think, yeah, I piggyback on what Representative Bueller said. We aren't looking at just trying to displace these. What we realize is that the labor pool that is in the Larned area is saturated. So that's where we're trying to go with these other hospitals. We're not trying to pawn it off, but we realize that we have saturated that market. We have all the employees that are in that area. More than likely, we're ever going to. So we're going to other areas looking for bed space. So just to be clear on that. Committee, further questions? Thank you very much for being here, Larry. Okay, next, we're running a little bit behind. Hopefully, we can get up to speed here. Kyle is going to go before lunch, and then Michelle's going to come back after lunch to finish out your presentations. But first, we have Molly. Now, Molly, we are for sure ready for you. So welcome to committee. And I apologize I scratched out the community hospital capacity deal. I don't know why. Thank you.
So, thank you all for allowing us to come and speak today. My name is Molly Kemper, and I serve as the director of the Lowe's. Thank you. A standards-based clubhouse here in Topeka, and here with me is Tom Job. We are here to share with you how a clubhouse is not just a program. We are a vital part of Kansas's behavioral health infrastructure and a proven alternative to institutional care. Also with us is CEO Andy Holtberg, CEO of Episcopal Social Services. He also oversees 4 clubhouses on the south side of Kansas. So what is a clubhouse? A clubhouse is a community-based opportunity center for adults living with mental illness. It is not a drop-in center nor a clinical program. It is a place where members and staff work side by side to run the day-to-day operations. We operate on a model called the work order day, which means every task from cooking our meals to managing our data, greeting the visitors to writing our newsletter is done collaboratively. Members are not passive recipients of care. They are active participants in a shared purpose. We have expectations of one another, and we show up for each other. We build a culture of dignity, ownership, and belonging. This is what makes Clubhouse different and what makes it effective. This is peer support in its most active form. How do clubhouses keep people out of the state hospital? We offer a place of belonging before the crisis. When someone walks through our doors, they find routine, purpose, and connection. They find a place where their presence matters. That sense of dignity and ownership is often the difference between stability and hospitalization. Members have shared, when I come to the clubhouse, I can forget all of those negative thoughts. I know I am part of something when I'm at the clubhouse. Currently, Kansas has 4 accredited clubhouses located in Topeka, Olathe, Wichita, and Hutchinson, with more clubhouses starting in Newton and Salina. Together, these programs have served more than 1,000 active members annually and demonstrate measurable success, such as employment. Approximately 50% of active clubhouse members are employed, demonstrating strong effectiveness in workforce reentry. Hospitalization avoidance, 90% of active clubhouse members avoid long-term hospitalization, reflecting improved mental health stability. And early intervention, 62 young adults are receiving early support, helping prevent the long-term crisis. And cost efficiency, serving members at an average cost of $3,100 annually, Kansas clubhouses significantly reduce overall Medicaid and mental health care expenses. Clubhouse is an evidence-based practice, and research has shown that each member generates $11,374 in annual savings, far exceeding the Kansas per-person cost of $3,100. For people with schizophrenia who incur 28% higher hospitalization costs than the average person with serious mental illness, these savings are likely to double. This underscores the cost-effectiveness of expanding access to clubhouses services statewide. These are not just numbers, they are lives redirected, and they are costs avoided. They are neighbors who are now tenants, coworkers, and friends. Clubhouses reduce reliance on emergency services, inpatient care, and crisis response. We do this not by clinical intervention, but by creating a space where recovery is relational, not transactional. We walk alongside people, not just when they're in crisis, but every day. We are asking for recognition and investment. Clubhouses are cost-effective, evidence-based, and deeply human. We are ready to scale and partner and be a part of the solution. We need sustainable funding, inclusion in the strategic planning, and a seat at the table. Kansas has an opportunity to show that recovery is not just possible, but practical. And clubhouses are already doing the work. With your support, we could do even more. And although this committee is not tasked with budgeting decisions, it would be remiss not to share how the clubhouse is currently funded and how that funding structure impacts our ability to serve Kansans. I want to briefly address that clubhouses are currently funded by state support coming from a gaming statute capped at $8 million annually. Of that, Clubhouse receives approximately 1/4, so about $2 million, while the remaining funds go to the crisis centers. This funding structure has made it difficult to grow the clubhouse model statewide despite increased demand and demonstrated success. Adjusting the statute has proven challenging, but the need for expansion remains urgent. Clubhouses are not solely reliant on state dollars. We actively draw down private funding in the form of cash contributions, in-kind support from grant and local governments and the private foundations and individual donors, such as a building for a clubhouse in Salina, along with private donations to completely remodel and build a kitchen. This makes Clubhouse a leveraged investment, not where state dollars are amplified by community commitment and private partnership. Clubhouses offer a low-cost, high-impact model that complements mental health services by preventing hospitalization, promoting recovery, and helping Kansans reintegrate as tenants, employees, and neighbors. With sustainable funding, we could reach more communities and continue building a behavioral health system rooted in dignity, purpose, and belonging. So a quick side script from the testimony, because this all happened organically yesterday. A young woman who some of you may have met 2 years ago who provided testimony about her experience coming from the state hospital to a local NFMH here in town. She stopped by the clubhouse yesterday. We hadn't seen her in quite a while. She's doing really well and didn't need the intensive support of a clubhouse. And she came in to share that she recently moved to Lawrence in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment with her brand new car, 100% off disability and 100% off Medicaid. Working full-time, doing amazing. Will be finishing nursing school in 5 weeks, completely debt-free. So I tell you that story, and when it doesn't come from the author, it's not as powerful. So here with me is Tom Job, who is a current member of the clubhouse here in Topeka, and he will tell you a little bit about his journey. I did ask him to write it, and he said, I'm talking about clubhouse. I don't need to write it. I can just talk. So there you go.
That's in 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's good. So hello, my name is Tom Job. I'm from Kansas City, Kansas. And how much time you got? Okay, so oops, sorry. It's my first time doing this, so you could probably tell. So I've developed what is diagnosed as unspecified schizophrenia, and unfortunately, I got in trouble with the law and went to my county chair, and I gone from places you would talk like Long Road and also on, eventually a nursing facility here in Topeka called Countryside. I was introduced to the clubhouse by a man named Matt Baldwin. I've gone there a little bit previously when it was still the Breakthrough Clubhouse, and it was more of a sharp-off center and nothing like it is now. So when they told me the program had changed, I decided to check it out, and I think 1 or 2 months, I went from only going there 2 times a week to pretty much every day. They helped me get on a very strict schedule. I know what I'm doing every hour on the hour. They're giving me purpose and confidence, pretty much. There's a lot of things we can do there. We can learn how to cook. We can learn how to clean. We can learn how to do data entry. I even work on the web series on YouTube called The Lord is Slowdown. We're actually on our 47th episode in 4th season. And the most important thing they did was they managed to get me out of the nursing home because they got me hooked up with Disability Rights of Kansas, and I was assigned a lawyer, and we had several hearings, and they decided I'm on a conditional release statute, which is a whole law I won't get into right now, but they agreed to modify my conditional release, and I now live at Breakthrough House, which is one of the group homes on 702 Title Southwest Title. Pretty much, it was in my best interest to get out of the nursing home, and I feel that a lot of the nursing homes need to be held more accountable for how they operate, and pretty much. I didn't prepare anything, so I'm just trying to.
You ready for questions, maybe?
Yeah.
We'd be available for any questions that you all might have about the clubhouse.
Very good. Thank you for that. You did a great job for your first time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Committee questions? Representative Opesa.
Not necessarily a question, but I wanted to commend you on all the work that you've done and how far you've come. And I can tell you it's great. You've done all the work yourself. So kudos to you and keep going forward. And thank you for sharing today.
Thank you. Do I know you?
Well, yes, I am from Kansas City, Kansas. But I don't know, maybe.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for being, Representative Root.
Thank you so much, Tom. You did a great job, and I just want to commend you for the hard work that you've been doing and the trust that it takes for you to be able to trust the people there at the clubhouse and trust your peers and to listen to them. And then I bet you are now like a peer leader, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah. So, and that's fantastic. So I want to commend you on that and for you to keep doing it, keep going at it.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members
Thank
of the
you
committee.
for your short testimony.
What? Well, that didn't take long at all. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Kyle Kessler, Executive Director at the Association of Community Mental Health Centers, and I will be brief even without prompt. But I wanted to say, and certainly Molly and Tom are a tough act to follow, but it couldn't have been a better segue for what I wanted to visit about. And in the interest of time for the committee, we were going to split up. We really had three things that we wanted to touch on with our comments, building off of your last hearing a month and a half ago or so. And so the CCBHC model, the data pieces of that, and as it relates to the continuum of care, crisis stabilization units, and crisis intervention centers. So in the event that you have your testimony in front of you, I'll kind of start from the back and go forward, because I think Michelle is able to be here, Michelle Ponce in our office this afternoon, to lead you back off to talk about the CCBHC and data collection pieces. We have a few experts as well on those things with us. And then for crisis stabilization units and crisis intervention centers, we have a couple from Family Service and Guidance Center and Vallejo Behavioral Health, which have adult and kids crisis stabilization units, and they have just merged into Astra Mental Health and Wellness. So they are one mental health center, one CCBHC working here in Shawnee County. So the segue is because House Bill 2146, which passed out of House Fed and State last year, is live. It's a live bill, and it would double the dollars that Molly was just referring to, which is that lottery vending machine money that comes to the crisis stabilization units and crisis intervention centers, as well as the breakthrough clubs. So that was something, and we kind of considered a revenue event as the way that money was initially intended. Lottery vending machines were in their infancy. They continue to bring in more dollars, and so that has been a good sustainable form of revenue or funding for the crisis stabilization and crisis intervention centers. So where we get to probably specifically in page 4, looking at the CSUs, crisis stabilization units, and CICs, crisis intervention centers. We've only got 2 crisis intervention centers right now, which the gist of those are that they can do 72-hour holds. So people who would normally go to state hospitals can end up being taken to these facilities by law enforcement and kept there. Crisis stabilization units are a step down from that, but there are many more of those around the state. I think if you would have told me 6 years ago that we would have more than urban area crisis stabilization units, I would have thought that was very optimistic thinking, because we started out with Rainbow Services, Inc., RSI, in Wyandotte County, which was the old Rainbow Mental Health Facility. Then that branched out to ComCare, having one which has been very popular with the Sheriff's Office and local officials in Sedgwick County. And then Vallejo Behavioral Health established one here in Topeka. But since then, that service array has really branched out, and while allowing patients to stay closer to their own communities and support systems, and both CSUs and CICs provide targeted interventions in emergency care and treatment for individuals experiencing crisis due to mental illness, substance abuse, and co-occurring conditions. Providing short-term crisis stabilization services also helps reduce the need for individuals to be admitted for inpatient care at state psychiatric hospitals. And it should be noted that CSUs can only serve individuals who are admitted voluntarily. So that's the big difference between the CSUs and CICs. In 2017, passage of the Kansas Crisis Intervention Act created the regulatory framework for CICs, which are very similar to CSUs, but are, again, able to receive involuntary admissions. Couple more points. Currently, 12 CCBHCs operate crisis stabilization units for a combined capacity of 119 adult beds and 6 additional sobering beds. And a lot of those have been started and grown in rural parts of the state. Southwest Kansas, Northwest Kansas, Southeast Kansas, and those areas. They also have a combined capacity of 70 to 82 children's beds. In addition, there are currently 2 licensed CICs, as I mentioned earlier. The sustainable financing is the biggest challenge for the CSUs and CICs, and currently KDADS provides some funding for crisis centers, though that pool of money continues to be spread thinner as additional crisis centers open. And absent that pool of funding, or if the funding continues to be divided into smaller individual amounts, many of the centers may struggle to remain financially solvent long term. So And then there's some history from 2018 with the legislature passing legislation that established the drop from the lottery vending machine dollars. So with that, I want to make sure, as we have been talking about the modernization of our behavioral health system in the state and the investments that you all make, and there are continued questions about those, I want to say that it's absolutely making a substantial difference. And we see that in a couple different ways. One is by the national recognition. Everyone knows, and I mentioned it the last time I was in front of you, that we had been ranked 51st, I think, in a study in 2022, which did not take into account or give credit to the legislature or the executive branch for the work that was being done to modernize our system with a wide variety of things, and crisis intervention centers and crisis stabilization units were a big part of that. Then later you have the CCBHC model and the new mental health facility in Wichita and school-based mental health services. So that then the next report, national report, came out last year, and we had risen from 51st to 22nd or 23rd. Sorry, the new one for this year came out yesterday, and we're 18th. And we are the highest ranked system that has not expanded Medicaid in the country. So that's worth some amount of recognition, I think. And so we're pleased with progress, but not satisfied until we're the best in the country. So that's kind of what I would say about those pieces. And if you I will stand for questions at the appropriate time or defer to experts who are more knowledgeable about the levels of care that I mentioned.
Committee questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Kyle. Always good to see you. So you may have covered this. My apologies. I did read your testimony. What would it take to make CSUs CICs, or is that even possible?
It's a great question. And some of it, I think there are a couple parts of it, and in fact, I might ask the experts that I have with me, because one of them, they have a very high functioning CSU. So do you have an opinion on that? Yeah. Oh, great.
I'm Lisa Hastings. I am the Director of Residential Care and Crisis Diversion at Vallejo. So under my umbrella, I have a 16-bed crisis stabilization unit, and we are in the middle of renovating one of our facilities it's a 30-bed crisis CIC, with 16 of those being your 72 hours, and then we're going to have the additional beds for observation. So we have some ability to serve some individuals that won't need to stay very long. Some of the things with our CIC that are going to be challenges, and it was mentioned earlier with one of the other speakers, is just the cost of the amount of expertise that it takes to on a daily basis to serve the population that are involuntary. Just some examples of that. We'll have APRNs from 8 to 8 every day. Those are very qualified individuals. We'll have nurses and LPNs, RNs. We'll have a crisis therapist, as well as your tech level crisis case managers, and we'll have peer support that's embedded in our CIC. So those are just kind of the expertise costs to serve the individual, which that exceeds what our daily rate's going to be. So I think that that's going to be a challenge for us in being able to kind of manage those in the long run financially to be able to provide those services. So with Vallejo, since we do already have a CSU and we do get support with a crisis bed grant for our uninsured, and that's going to continue with us in the next fiscal year, we ended up moving from a 26-bed facility to a 16 so we can renovate. It is frequently full, and that's a 3 to 5 day stay to stabilize. But we also, because we don't have our CIC to manage the involuntary right now, which we'll hopefully have it done by the end of this year. We're pretty excited about that. Individuals that come in that meet that criteria for an involuntary for the state hospital, we don't have a place for them to go, so our CSU is kind of holding them with some extra supports around them until we have the bed availability to go ahead and have them transported to Osawatomie. So that's a challenge that we've been managing currently. Our CSU does have a 98% diversion rate from the state hospital, so we do try our best to keep individuals in the community where their families are, where their supports are, and just help with a quicker recovery time. But we do have that small percent that does need to go to the state hospital, and our CSU is managing those sometimes. When you get somebody that's really elevated, a violent offender that is needing an inpatient involuntary care, that gets a lot more challenging. And so then we also reach out to our local law enforcement to help with some of that detainment when they leave our facility while we're waiting for our bed at the state hospital. So those are the challenges that we've had with our CSUs. The other challenge that we've had is staffing, and I heard that earlier. Behavioral health staffing is, you're talking about a very difficult population, and you need some special skill sets to work with them to make sure that we're providing the best care and the best safety possible. When you have somebody that's violent and a staff gets attacked, then they usually don't want to work in that facility no longer. So we do have a high turnaround rate for our staffing levels in our CSUs. We're trying to prepare for that for our CIC, because the CIC, we're going to be involuntary. You're going to have more elevated and more aggressive individuals in there. And so we do have security right now. And again, that's additional staffing costs that are in place. Vallejo runs 2 security 24/7 around the clock. And so we are evaluating if we're going to need to add a 3rd when the CIC opens. So those are kind of the normal day-to-day stuff. The other kind of things that we run into, individuals that are voluntary that we can kind of stabilize, but they're homeless or they're unhoused, then that's another layer of concerns that we have, because of the housing market for that population, there's not a lot. And so it takes us a little bit of time to help find permanent housing for those individuals, but we can't keep them in the CSU holding up beds because of housing, and so then we have to come up with a community plan. We are a community center, so our whole focus is to keep people in their community and keep them out of institutions, out of jails, and out of nursing facilities for mental health. So permanent housing is a challenge, and as well as if you have an individual that does need a nursing facility for mental health, they've met all the screening, the 1 and 2, level 1 and level 2, that takes us a lot longer to get the individuals into a nursing facility versus us getting into the state hospital. Usually, we've been pretty lucky here in Shawnee County, because I'm hearing some of the numbers and waits of getting into the state hospital are longer, but I usually have a 2-day turnaround for somebody in the CSU that's involuntary waiting for their bed. It's usually about 2 days. The longest that I've ever had to experience is 7 days. Now, I can't speak for how long the hospitals may end up holding somebody, local hospitals, holding somebody in an involuntary bed. But from what's been shared with me is we have 1 mental health bed at our ED, and then the individuals, if we can't serve them, then we utilize the emergency department to help hold them until we can get them to the state hospital. I hope that kind of gives you a broad perspective of some of the things that we kind of run into.
Very good.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a couple of other quick follow-ups maybe for Kyle.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Kyle, being on the Senate side, what's the status of the House bill? Did it make it out of committee? Did it
Yes.
pass the floor? What is the
Made
status
it out
of
of
that?
committee and is currently awaiting deliberation on the floor, I believe.
Okay, and my last question is, on the lottery machines, how much are you currently getting? How much is the ask? Is it double? Did I hear you say that? Double? So what are you currently getting in?
It goes from 8 million to 16. Absolutely. And I should add to that, I know that there are several other CSUs that are currently looking at the CIC transition process. I mean, the CIC model came out of Texas, and they have loved it. I think it has worked extremely well down there.
And there was a budget proviso for what, 2 years to raise that to 12, and then this year it was knocked back down to the original amount. But it doesn't affect SGF. It's all from lottery machines. So I fail to understand the problem with having that, and it supports these valuable things. So we'll be looking for support to get that passed this next year. Any other questions of Kyle, or were you done?
I can be.
Yeah. Thank you very much for being here.
I took that as being more of a suggestion than a question, so I can read the room, Mr. Chairman.
There's a method to my madness, Kyle, and I appreciate you being, I couldn't do that to just anybody, but Kyle, I would do it in a heartbeat. We did have the Attorney General's guy over here. You'll have to come up and tell me your name. So thank you, Kyle, for that. Michelle, we look forward to hearing about the CCBH after lunch. I just let things run, and we had so many questions from KDADs that, anyway, could you tell us your name? And the reason he's here is because people heard that I was snooping around in the sexual predator treatment program, and it's a lot bigger issue than we thought. So he's here to kind of tell us some issues about that. Thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Davies. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. I work in the Sexual Violent Predator Unit. And we civilly prosecute for civil commitment individuals which go into go into LARNIT. I don't know, I was just told to be here. I didn't have anything necessarily to present. So I don't know exactly what you all have any questions with the cards. I can tell you what I know about the program from a lawyer's point of view. I can tell you about the process, whatever y'all would like to know today.
Committee questions. Representative Bueller.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, with your discretion, I think as we're looking at state hospitals and we're looking at, starts out with the cost of the state, but we're also looking at alternatives, solutions to manage the entire population, everybody who's a resident or part of that condition of treatment. So I think when we met in August, it was what are the conditions, what are the requirements that the state has legally? Are there alternatives to where those residents are being housed? We're looking for things to consider that are, while meeting the needs of those people, but also look stewards of state money to figure out, are there better ways to do that? So if that is enough of an opening to give us some alternative or some level of discussion, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, let me start off by saying, what is the level of care that's needed for a sexually violent predator unit? Well, in statute, it has at 5929A22, I can't tell you the subpart, actually, I think it's 3, it is adequate. They're entitled to adequate mental health treatment. Okay, what does that mean? Adequate means basically like reasonable. It needs to reasonably relate to whatever their mental abnormality or personality disorder is. So that's kind of the level of treatment that they're entitled to. Now, that has not been specifically challenged, but there is some bubbling up in litigation that I'm seeing. Some things that are being brought up by defense counsel, some things that are even being considered by judges. One of those things is they're talking about, well, this guy can't be treated, he can't be cured, even for cognitive issues or traumatic brain injuries. So there's no real treatment. So what do you do with them? Well, in Hendricks, in the original case where the Supreme Court ruled this to be constitutional, they looked at a couple different things. First, they looked at substantive due process, whether or not it met the burden, because you have a compelling state interest. And one of those interests is public safety. They also looked at whether or not there was double jeopardy involved. All right, so one of the things they looked at in looking at is there double jeopardy, is there any kind of criminal intent that needs to be found? Well, we have 4 elements that we need to prove at trial. One is that they have committed that they have either been charged or convicted of a sexually violent offense. Second, that they have a mental abnormality or personality disorder. Third, that mental abnormality or personality disorder must or makes it likely that this individual is likely to repeat sexual offenses. Fourth, that they have serious difficulty in controlling their dangerous behavior. So that's the four things. But the first thing the court said was, well, there's no criminal intent that needs to be found in what we do. So therefore, that makes it different than the criminal prosecution. Secondly, they looked at that there is treatment. That one of the purposes is treatment of these individuals. And so, the court said, so the issue that I'm seeing is they're saying, okay, this person can't be cured. Does that mean they have a right to cure? In Hendricks, the court held basically that the Supreme Court has never said that the state cannot hold individuals when there is no treatment. And there's a litany of physical cases where there's diseases, communicable diseases, where people were held. So that they can be, but they said, that at least it has to be ancillary. The purpose has to be for treatment. That's another distinguisher from being a criminal prosecution. You're not being thrown back into custody just because you committed a prior sexual offense. So, because it is for treatment, and that treatment must be reasonable. It must reasonably relate to the individual's mental abnormality or personality disorder. Now, you'll probably need to get a psychologist up here to tell you what that is, that it reasonably relates to that. But I can tell you that's what the legal standard is. And one of the things, going back to this issue I see bubbling up, is this right to cure? What I've just quoted you, what I talked to you about coming out of Hendricks is arguably dicta. So it wasn't necessary to the determination by the court. So it makes it persuasive authority as opposed to precedent. Now, one could argue that. I will argue the other side, that it is precedent. But I think that says that there is no right to a cure. And so, because it even goes on and says that then you'd be put in the position where you have to put into the community somebody who's dangerous and somebody who can't control their dangerous behavior. That is not what the state wants to do. So it would be counterintuitive. So so I do see that in the offing.
Very good, thank you. I think that clarifies quite a bit. Committee questions? Seeing none? All right, well, thank you very much for being on. I apologize, it just kind of came up and Ed back there raised it up the other day when we were talking and we've kind of opened up a big can of worms about that program, so.
Anytime you have questions.
Representative Bueller.
This will be quick. So, and if you can't answer this, I'll understand. But so, what do other states do that might be different than Kansas? Is there anything? And if you can only answer from a legal perspective, I get that. And maybe I should have phrased the question that way. But again, we're looking for places to explore, grow our knowledge, and maybe develop alternatives.
Well, some other states, another approach is just to have it in the correctional facilities in which they just extend the sentences. So you have an aggravating factor of a sexually violent crime, and then you just double the sentences. That is, but they're not getting treatment. The objective with a sexually violent predator, it tries, I believe, and this is just my opinion, it tries to strike a balance of protecting the public and allowing these people to get back on the streets or back in the community safely, which is the objective. And that's why it's more focused around treatment as opposed to just confinement.
So in those states, if I may, does that meet the standard of adequate and reasonable, the legal standard that you referenced?
Well, they don't really make it about treatment. And I would have to go back and do more research to fully answer. And I'd be happy to do that. But my understanding is it's just basically they are extending their sentences. There is no real aspect of treatment, so therefore it wouldn't go to that. There wouldn't not be that necessary step for reasonable or adequate that our statute says.
All right.
But I can certainly, just let me know, I can do more research with what other states are doing to more adequately answer your question.
Okay.
If that's what you'd like.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would you do that for us, get that back to the committee or get that back to Leanne and see what other states are doing in this realm here?
I will do that.
That would be perfect. Committee, further questions? Well, thank you again, Kyle, for, Michelle's a lot prettier than you are, and she'll do a lot better job anyway. So thank you for expediting your deal so we can get out of here for lunch on time. Michelle, you'll be back right after lunch. And what time are we scheduled back at? 1:15. So committee, see you at 1:15. Thank you. Down back there. You guys are getting a little bit out of control, especially you, Michelle. So, anyway, committee, welcome back. It was all a joke. I hope everybody understands that. We were all smiling. So anyway, we're ready to get back, and it looks like, if I can find my agenda, Michelle is going to finish up where Kyle left off. And thank you guys for being accommodating for, you know, running along. Scott and them did such a good job on those questions. They answered every question in probably way more detail than we really wanted to know. But no, I'm just joking. But
no problem. I will do my best to tag in.
All right, you're up.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Chair Carpenter and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Ponce, and I am the Associate Director for the Association of Community Mental Health Centers of Kansas. I'm going to try to wrap up Kyle's testimony by focusing on CCBHCs and kind of where the system has gone to over the last few years. Over the last few months, our association has been partnering with mental health centers, and we've held so far 17 town hall meetings across the state. We have several more this fall, and really the focus there is on CCBHCs and raising awareness. So I'll do a abbreviated version of that, but one quick tie-in. One of the things we do talk about at those town halls is a recent public opinion poll that we commissioned in spring of this year. And the relevance to that are a couple of the questions that we asked there. One, we asked if the respondents were aware of the recent investments, significant investments that the state of Kansas has made largely related to CCBHCs, and about 78% of respondents said they were not aware. So we've got some more work to do there. The town halls are one piece of that, but clearly we have more work to do around raising awareness of what the CCBHCs are able to offer their communities now. On the flip side, we said, now that you are aware that the state of Kansas has made recent investments, do you support them continuing to invest in the community mental health system? And those numbers were almost flipped, with 73% saying yes. So we take that as strong support for continuing to invest in our system. I will start with what CCBHCs are in a nutshell, and one way to think of that is all of our licensed community mental health centers will continue to be licensed community mental health centers. They will retain their current statutory and contractual obligations. And now, as of a couple of months ago, all 26 are also fully certified as CCBHCs. You can think of that CCBHC certification as adding on top of that foundation of what the community mental health centers already do. That CCBHC certification does two very important things. One, it expands the service array to communities. And two, it provides a more sustainable funding mechanism for them. At the end of the day, what CCBHC is a Medicaid provider type. So rather than being funded through Medicaid and the traditional fee-for-service payment model of the community mental health centers, they now operate on what's referred to as a prospective payment system. In short, that is designed to reimburse the centers for the true cost of providing those services. And it's based on a fairly complicated cost reporting process, so each CCBHC has their own rate that they receive. Now, as community mental health centers and also as CCBHCs, they are required to serve anybody that walks through their door and needs those services. They receive that enhanced payment only when that individual is a Medicaid beneficiary, just to describe how that works. I will also add that CCBHC is way past a trend. I think we're well past a tipping point in the country. The last statistics I saw from the National Council for Mental Wellbeing are that we now have over 500 CCBHC clinics operating in 46 states plus the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. Here in Kansas, as I've said, all 26 of our CMHCs are now certified. That gives us a statewide system, and Kansas is one of only 3 states that currently have a fully statewide CCBHC system. It's Kansas, Missouri, and Texas. The CCBHC model comes with, on page 2, 9 required CCBHC services. About half of those community mental health centers were already providing. but some of those are new or they have additional requirements added to them. Those include crisis services. This whole state must have a comprehensive crisis response system. And in Kansas, how we're doing that is through those crisis stabilization units and crisis intervention centers that Kyle talked about before the break, as well as integrating each CMHC's existing crisis hotline with the 988 National Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Crisis Hotline and mobile crisis response. Mobile crisis response is a key component of the CCBHC system. The expectation with mobile crisis response is when an individual reaches out either to 988 or those individual center hotlines because either they or a loved one or a friend or an acquaintance is experiencing a mental health crisis, the clinician that answers that call is going to attempt to do everything they can to de-escalate the situation and stabilize that individual's situation. If they determine that that person needs a higher level of care or response than what they can do over the phone, they're going to dispatch a mobile crisis team. The mobile crisis teams are coming from your local CCBHC. The expectation is that those CCBHC mobile crisis teams make contact within 2 hours. That's a pretty high bar to meet when you think about the fact that there are some places in Kansas that you literally can't get to in 2 hours. However, as we travel around at these town hall meetings, many of our centers are sharing what their average crisis response time is for their teams. And in all of the cases that I'm aware of, they are meeting that. In some cases, they're beating that with a 30-minute or a 31-minute or a 1-hour average response time. And those services are required to be able to be provided 24/7. It may look a little bit different depending center to center how it all works. For example, in order to meet that response time in some of our very frontier areas, it might look like a case manager meeting the individual where they are. Maybe they're in an emergency department, maybe they're in a home with an iPad and connecting them to a therapist that is further away than that 2-hour timeline. It could be a team of a therapist and a case manager coming together in person. But one way or another, they're figuring out how to make that requirement that's very unique to CCBHC work all across Kansas. Some of the additional services that now come as a requirement of CCBHC include some level of primary care screenings and monitoring. It does not necessarily mean that the CCBHC is going to treat an individual's primary care needs, but they will work with that individual to figure out what those needs might be, and through care coordination, ensure that the needs are met. An example of that might be an individual that's receiving therapy at a CCBHC, but the therapist realizes this person has a chronic illness like diabetes, and they're really struggling to manage those symptoms. So that could look like the CCBHC reaching out to their local health department and connecting that individual with some chronic disease self-management services to ensure that those needs are met. They now also have to provide peer support and family caregiver supports. And one unique thing also to CCBHC is there is a very specific requirement for outreach and services to veterans and active duty military members. Historically, that's been a bit of a challenging population to reach for a variety of reasons, but the CCBHC requires that they are doing that. So they're all not only partnering with the VA, but looking for innovative ways to reach that population. And one story I like to share is one of our CCBHCs down in Southeast Kansas area, 4-County Mental Health. One of the things that they've done to ensure that they're able to do this is they have a case manager whose full-time office location is at the local VFW. And they set a goal for themselves that they wanted to increase their active caseload of veterans and military members. And in their first year, they tripled their active caseload by doing just that, meeting people where they are. So those are some of the changes in terms of going away from a CMHC straight mental health model to a fully integrated care model where they're really supposed to be identifying all of the needs of an individual and ensuring that those are met. On top of that, every CCBHC is required to implement evidence-based practices. States do have some leeway to choose which evidence-based practices they want to include within their CCBHC model. back in 2021, when we were working very closely with KDADS and KDHE to figure out how to move towards implementation, we worked with them very closely to figure out what EBPs made the most sense to meet the needs here in Kansas. And the 4 that were chosen were Assertive Community Treatment, or ACT. You can think of that as sort of a heightened case management approach. It's a team approach to case management, and they're often working with individuals with the highest level of needs. They may be unhoused, they may be engaged with the criminal justice system, but it's a much higher level of care, and they're often meeting with those individuals multiple times per week to get them stable and healthy. The second is individual placement and support. This is supported employment. It's helping individuals get jobs. And it's not just helping them get jobs, it's helping them stay healthy and stable enough to maintain those jobs. And we're seeing some really great anecdotal stories coming out of the IPS program as well as we travel around. That's really been something that our centers have been highlighting, the number of people that they've been able to get employed through the CCBHC services. The third is MAT, or medication-assisted treatment. That is the use of medication in conjunction with therapy to treat addictions, opioid, alcohol, etc. And then the fourth is cognitive behavioral therapy. The other thing related to CCBHC that I think is worth mentioning and relevant to your conversations are the fact simply that when you talked before CCBHC, when we talked about community mental health center, that definition was a little different, sometimes from one center to another in Kansas, and certainly from Kansas to other states. So it was really hard to compare apples to apples and figure out how well are we doing compared to our counterparts or to other states. But with the CCBHC model, there's a very clear definition, and there is a very clear set of outcome measures that every CCBHC must report on. And to that end, we are just in the beginning phases of getting some of those outcome measures and data. Our association, in partnership with KDADS, we are working with NetSmart to develop a data warehouse. That data warehouse is in progress. As of now, we have 17 of the CCBHCs actively reporting into the data warehouse. I believe we expect 3 more to be fully live by the end of this month, and all 26 to be reporting by the end of the year. I call that out because, you know, we feel a great deal of responsibility and accountability to come back to you all and show you what you are getting for this massive investment that you've made within the community mental health system. A few years ago, when we were advocating for moving to this model, we were able to point at a couple of other states and show some of the promising outcomes that they had, not only improvements in their mental health care, but also cost offsets in other areas of the system, such as reductions in the need for inpatient services. We are hopeful, and I would say very optimistic, that we will be able to, as our system continues to mature, also realize some of those outcomes. And I've included a few kind of early promising data points that we have with the current 17 that are actively reporting. You'll see them in your testimony, including that across the system. The average response time for those crisis services is 1 hour. So we're pretty proud of that, and we think that that is a huge improvement. We're also seeing that across those currently reporting 17, that it only takes about 3 days for a client to receive an initial evaluation, and they're able to receive a clinical service within 5 days from the time they first contact the agency. I'll add to that another expectation of CCBHC is that there is open access or same-day access to care. It's a requirement. That doesn't not necessarily mean that every CCBHC has same-day access 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, but they all have to provide that in some way. That could be certain days of the week, certain hours of certain days, but they all are providing some level of same-day access if an individual chooses that. That doesn't necessarily mean that they get to choose which therapist or social worker they meet with. It might be who's available during that same day access period. So that's why you'll continue to always see sometimes individuals won't receive a service that same day because they may choose not to. But I still think this, initial intake within 3 days and services provided within 5 days, I think we're certainly moving in the right direction. With that, The last thing I will point out, and I won't read them to you, but on your last page, every so often I'll put out a call. Does anybody have some CCBHC success stories that you can share with us, that we can share with others? And I put a few of those on the back page that I thought were particularly symbolic of what we're trying to achieve with the CCBHC system. So if you have a moment to read through those, they're worth your time. With that, I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good. Committee, questions? Wow. Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for speaking. I had just a quick question. Curious, do you know if telemedicine is used in any of the CCBHCs? Is there any technology such as that that might be helpful in treating the patients? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. All 26 of our CCBHCs are using telehealth. And in fact, one of the challenges in terms of workforce is the shortage in particular of psychiatrists. So often, in some cases, that's the only way to provide services from a psychiatrist in some areas of the state. But, we were doing that pre-pandemic. But I think during the pandemic, they got very agile and really learned how to use telehealth to the best of their ability. And there are advantages to that, not only just in a situation like the pandemic when offices were closed, but, we hear stories periodically of, a parent who doesn't have childcare, but they can receive their therapy appointment through telehealth. One of our Northwest mental health centers one time shared a story of a farmer who took his therapy appointment from the cab of his tractor. So they are all using that. I would say, to the second point of your question, we're always looking for new ways, new technologies, and innovative ways to either make services more accessible or reduce some of the administrative burden so that there are more time for our professionals to be providing the services. So we're always looking for new opportunities like that.
Just a quick follow-up. Can you say if the telehealth or telemedicine that you use now, was that developed in-house, or do you contract with telehealth psychiatrists, contract with other physician groups like that?
Both. I know that there are some mental health centers that are providing telehealth with their own internal staff, and in fact, probably all do to some degree. But there are also contracted organizations that have psychiatrists that they can purchase some of those psychiatrists' time. And I know that several of our centers have those types of contracts as well.
Any further questions? Well, thank you, Michelle. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, committee. Now this is where the rubber meets the road. We've got to come up with some recommendations about our state hospitals and a wide array of things that we've discussed over the 3 days that 2.5 days of actual discussion, and now we're down to the point where we need to make some recommendations to the legislature on ways to move forward and address the state hospital issue that we have before us. So with that, I'll open up the floor to questions. Representative Bueller.
I have a suggestion. So as I've played back many conversations and days of testimony, and I'd start with this, what we've gone about is we've taken a look at the continuum of and the geographic location of where our state hospitals are, what the staffing challenges are that go along with it, and remind everybody, last February, sitting over where roughly Representative Bryce is, one of my colleagues, says, I make a recommendation we eliminate all contract nursing at Larned State Hospital, which to some degree is a little bit why we're here and have been here. And that's in recognition of just the inability to staff due to everything that we've talked about. So with that in mind, what I thought would be helpful, at least for me, is to take a look at that universe and everything we've heard and ask whether it's KDADS or whoever to develop a cost alternative to that model. And we've heard everything from privatization, and I don't want to prejudge any or predetermine any outcome. But what I do think would be interesting is if we said something like this: develop cost-effective alternatives to patient staffing populations at the Kansas State hospitals to maximize available beds and staffing while minimizing excessive contract nursing costs. And the emphasis is on making improvements at the Larned State Hospital. Consider all mental health treatment options, providers, and locations within the scope of this request. Viable alternatives to begin implementation no later than late 26, early 2027. What I'm getting at is if we took a look at capabilities and at each of the locations and said, okay, if we could do this in Osawatomie, take it away from Larned, here's a 50-bed improvement or a 25-bed improvement. What I want to get to is beyond the realm of we can't do anything to here's what we could do. So that's where my head was going. I don't know if that's too long of an explanation, but it seems like if we're ever going to make a dent, and I'll go back to staffing, and I'll go back to August, and we talked about this at lunch today, given the declining population, the numbers of kids that are graduating in this state, the number is never going to get higher. We heard that in August. We can't grow enough nurses to sustain all the nursing requirements in this state. So we need to come up with some other options or alternatives. That's what I would like to look at. I would like to see a holistic project management or project approach. Can we rebalance? And can we make efficiencies? And while doing that, reduce some of the excess or reduce the contract nursing costs? And I don't know if I lost anybody in the translation there, but my head's been spinning on this for a while.
No, I think that's a good assumption, and I think there are some already roadmaps for that out there. There's been 2 mental health studies, and Amy left the room, but she can talk at length about that, about how we get there. And I will tell you that I think, as you've heard with the Breakthrough Club and all these things, we've seen incremental changes, from what we've done. We're just continuing that on to look at all these options to keep these folks out of the final resting place, or the final, not resting place, but the final deal, which we need to reserve that for the most severe, which is Larned and Osh. So I think that you've heard a lot to verify exactly what you're talking about. And there's a list right here of things that are happening, and we saw the beds, and that would include, increasing hospital participation and knocking down dominoes of SIA. We've heard that state institutional alternative. It's improved. I think the first year there was, 4 hospitals involved in that, Scott, something like that. So I hadn't looked at these numbers for quite some time. And so when that was presented to us today, I was like, wow, there's another 8 or 10 hospitals that have agreed to participate in that. So I think that's exactly a valid way that we should look at it. It's, as we all know, there's no silver bullet here. We've got to do it incrementally around the edges, or so I think that's a great idea. What was your timeline on that?
Well, as one of the Navy, any good project is time-bound, measurable. I'll skip my Navy story. I'd like to see something by the end of December, even some kind of implementation, or we could identify, or early 2027, late December of next year, so a year plus a couple of months. And I'm open to suggestion on it, whether that's too early, too late, not enough. But that was my initial thought.
I think that's good. Who all would we task to put that together? Would it be the Behavioral Health Committee as well as KDADS?
I am open. Excuse me. I am open to suggestion on that. And I know it's easy for someone to suggest something, and I don't want to encroach on anybody's turf, but I am open to suggestion on who we think might best be effective at that.
Well, I'm planning on putting someone on the spot in this room. And the first letter of her name is A, and then the next letter is M. And so, Amy, will you come up here and visit with us a little bit about what you just heard?
I think it's a great suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I was out of the room.
Go ahead, and will you please repeat it?
So I was thinking about, Amy, a way to get some traction and moving forward with actual improvements. So under the headers of our state hospitals, I wrote kind of a project statement that says, develop cost-effective alternatives to patient staffing populations at the Kansas State hospitals to maximize available beds and staffing while minimizing excessive contract nursing costs. And then in parentheses, emphasis on making improvements at the Larner State Hospital. Consider all mental health treatment options, providers, and locations within the scope of this project. Viable improvement alternatives to begin implementation no later than late 2026, early 2027. And so the idea is where we can't staff and we're muscling up with contract nursing costs, do we shift, do we shake, do we move around? Alternatives to the sexual predator treatment program, methods of delivery, all of that stuff. And ideally, as I was noodling on this, it was, okay, can we identify 25 beds at Larner under a program? I don't want to tie anybody's hands, but it seems like if we can start making that type of incremental improvement, whether it's 25 beds at a time, we can start to solve this problem rather than trying to eat the elephant all at once. Does that make sense?
I think that's amazing. I mean, you've been hearing all morning from the people who do this work and who have different pieces of the continuum, and they're all looking internally at what they can do to help with these problems. But, you know, putting that charge in front of a group, there are just two things I would say. One of the reasons that the Mental Health Task Force was effective and that you actually got a report this morning about how many things had been built out is because that planning was facilitated, supported by the legislature. It was a creation of the legislature. And it wasn't something that happened over here then that did all that work and then came back to you all and you're like, we don't like it. So that investment made it an actual plan, which was amazing. So I think that's a very important part of what you're recommending. And then my second aspect would be that when you have a task force or a committee or whoever that does this kind of work, you know, they're going to take the time to slog through the details like you all did this morning. I told the chairman when I walked in, it sounded like a mental health task force meeting this morning. And so one of the other things that you did with the mental health task force was you gave them specific charges. Here is what we want. And one of those things was, how many beds does the state need, right? So I think that is an excellent recommendation. You've heard about the hardships, but you've also seen in front of you a bunch of team players that are willing to step in and try to do something. Additionally, if you give it a little bit of time, you heard the agency talking about the crisis intervention center beds that are going to be coming online. And we will have a better sense of how many people they are going to be able to divert from admission and what their workforce issues are going to be. So if you set a year for this project, you'll also be seeing that going on kind of at a parallel pace with you. So I think that's probably a pretty good timeline. Does that help?
And I was telling them that this roadmap is already out there in the mental health intervention and the work that was done in the past.
Yes, but yes, and this is a step forward in saying, okay, we know you guys did all of this, but now we really need you to narrow in on this particular issue. Now, having said that, you've seen how difficult the answers are. There are no simple solutions here. But I agree that chipping away at it and taking it one chunk at a time is how we can move forward in the state.
And if I may, again, I go back to February 2025, right over there. If we do something like this, then I'll have every bit of justification to push back on my colleague if he suggests again that we eliminate contract nursing.
Sure. Oh, I think that's great. I think that the whole process for as long as I've been involved is intervening on the front end to keep these folks out of the hospital. And there's a variety of things, everything from the Breakthrough Club, everything. And Amy, you know a lot more about it, crisis centers, all this kind of stuff has diverted these folks from the most extreme setting, which is Larned State Hospital. So,
Mr. Chairman, when you were having your discussion this morning, I was so glad that you heard from the clubhouse model folks this
another
morning.
classic.
But we also have consumer-run organizations. We have the Mental Health America of South Central Kansas and Mental Health America of the Heartland that have apartments, supported housing units. There's so much more to this continuum that is out there that helps to keep people out of the hospital. And I loved that you all got into more of that detail this morning.
So, Representative Bill, so where would we start? I mean, who would be the best person in charge of that? KDADS? You know, I mean,
if you're talking about structural changes and really looking at numbers at the hospitals and how things can be moved around, to me, that makes the most sense. But at the end of the day, I'll go back to what I said before. What is the legislature going to have confidence in when you receive that and feel comfortable moving forward with? I think your agency is the right place to center that. When we did the Legislative Mental Health Task Force, that was contracted with KHI, and they facilitated that work. You have the Kansas Hospital Association that has its Behavioral Health Task Force. There are so many entities out there that are capable of coming to the table and helping with this.
agreed, but I just don't want to start a whole new process.
Right.
We're,
In that case, I would just put it under the agency or under a legislative subcommittee.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Amy. As I'm listening to Amy, Mr. Chair, maybe I'm just late to the party. I'm familiar with quite a few resources, and we hear a lot about CICs, CCBHCs, CMHCs, Breakthrough. I know substance use programs like Mirror, but I don't know that I have ever seen a comprehensive list of all of the programs and providers. She mentioned KHA and exactly what they do and who they serve. I don't know that I've ever seen a comprehensive list. And for me, that would be key to us getting our arms around who might be the right people at the table. Is that something that exists or something we could get?
Kansas Mental Health Coalition has a membership list. Yes, that information is available, and KDADS can certainly, you provided a new continuum list this morning, right? You could fill in those levels of the system and who are the entities that have contracts to provide those services and do that work here in the state of Kansas. KDADS certainly has those contacts.
I would even, though, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I want to know about the programs. Like Breakthrough, I want those, maybe they're not part of a formal, but those community-based programs as well. I want to see the full range of what we currently have in order, to Representative Bueller's point, to make sure that we are streamlining and pulling all of our resources into one comprehensive place. And I don't know that I've seen that as I sit here and listen to your conversation. Is that something we can get, Mr. Chair?
It may not be as detailed as you're looking at, as you're wanting, but Scott, how detailed is this in the continuum of care?
Mr. Chairman, so what we put in our testimony was primarily facility-based or things that had a bed attached to it. That was what we kind of limited that review to. But our Behavioral Health Commission, try not to limit it, but we could list more of the community options, community programs that we're aware of, ones typically that we fund or fund through subcontracting relationships with the mental health centers or substance abuse providers. We may still miss some. I think Senator Erickson's asking a great question. If there are some things unique to particular communities that don't get state funding, but they're somewhere connected, we may have to work a little harder to find those. But I think working with our behavioral health team, we could put together that community. If this was what we gave you this morning was the inpatient, we could get you the outpatient side of that perspective too.
Very good. Would that be good?
I don't know that it'd be 100% of what Senator Erickson was asking for, but it'd be a pretty good chunk of the system that's publicly financed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that that is a logical starting place to me to see what resources we already have employed and how maybe we can be more efficient in deploying those resources and how they fit into the bigger context of what Representative Bueller's getting at.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Who does? Oh, yeah. Senator Clifford.
Hey, hello there, Mr. Chairman. I know I've been kind of quiet out here. I kind of pivoting a little bit, and I hope it's not inappropriate. I do worry that moving beds east doesn't help us out here in the west, but I am aware of a shuttered 10-bed unit here at St. Catherine Hospital in Garden City. I have talked to Lisa Southern about it at Compass Mental Health, and I think there's a little bit of breath holding, waiting to see what will happen in Hayes first. But we are about to get a new CEO the end of this week, and I wonder if there is some way to promote the SIA. I think I have the right initials. I don't know if it's a financial incentive or what it takes, but I think there might be an appetite to at least get something going out west here that is sitting idle under that program rather than wait to see how things work out at Hayes first. So I would just submit that as another alternative. There may be a need to put more resources into that program to incentivize hospitals, because I know there's always a worry about the cost. It might have to be cost plus. I don't know how it's funded, but again, I do think there's an opportunity out here, a 10-bed unit that probably historically only ran a census of 4 to 6, doesn't decompress Larned, but going with your incremental philosophy, I do think it is an opportunity that we shouldn't let pass us by. So I don't know if I need to pursue that with Scott, or I certainly will pursue it with our new CEO when he begins work on October 6th. But I don't want to forego that opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I think that's good. I think put these resources together, what they do.
Sure. Back to Amy's thought. So if we're, and I would throw this out as well. If the agency is the lead, have the lead pick the A team, and whether that's mental health task force or resources that go with it, try to keep it 8 to 10. Beyond 10 always seems to be unmanageable. Rather than us picking, that's an alternative to get the team working on this. I just throw that out for discussion. I'm not married to any solution, because at the end of the day, what I would care about is that we make meaningful improvements for the state of Kansas, and if it's incremental at the time, I just want the best approach to get there. So that's an alternative.
Very good. Committee, anything to add to that? Oh, Representative Ruiz.
I very much support the plan that Representative Bueller has proposed. It's just something in the back of my mind keeps thinking that we're going to arrive at the same thing. You know, even though we put another team or another study, pilot together, whatever we're going to call it, and we're going to arrive at the same thing that we've already have now. So I like that idea. I also like the idea of us still chipping away while we look at, you know, because we absolutely need to look at how we can reduce the cost of the contract nursing in Larned. I mean, there's no way around that. And we do have to kind of chip it away, but I think having this whoever's going to study this, I think that'll give us even more information while we still continue to chip away at other things. And just, you know, just looking at, you know, we can't physically move Larned into somewhere else, part of the of Kansas. Now looking at that, the responses of some of the workers have, they gave us some quotes from some of the workers of some of the things that they're looking at. And, you know, we know salary is going to be up there, that's up there, but, you know, this culture that is not just within Larned, it's within the community too. And we looked at where everybody is living, and a lot of them are living in Great Bend, and I forgot what the name of the, Larned. They're living in there, and there's just a spattering of other people living in the other areas, and paying $1,800 for a one-bedroom apartment. I mean, that's what you pay in Johnson County for something similar, maybe. But you know, we can't change that. But if we can chip away at the number of admissions going into there, into Larned, for the state hospital part, not the other two areas, other two sections, other two units of the hospital. Just everything that is being done with the crisis intervention centers, I mean, that's where we go, because people want to be able to, if they're going to get better, they need to get better in their communities, or at least closer to their communities. And the efforts that are being put into that, and the funding that we've been putting into that, that's a focus. We need to continue to focus on that, and then focus on all of the other things that supports people in the community, like the breakthrough houses and peer support groups that are spattered all across the state. You know, and so whatever we have to do with the cap on the lottery money, I think that's something that we could do something with that right away, and maybe see some really positive results with that right away. And if you've not had a chance to go through one of the breakthrough houses, it's amazing. It's amazing. And you can see why people get better when they are in the community, surrounded by not just their peers, but people who are really supportive, including their surrounding community. So I really encourage everybody to go to one of those. But I really think, you know, again, using funding with the lottery funds, it's capped at that 8%. If we can look at raising that cap, I think that's great for everything.
So the difference would be we would add to the task that you were talking about what Senator Erickson wanted to, with all the resources that are out there now. Is that what I'm hearing, is that we would also task, I think KDADS is a logical, Scott doesn't have that much to do. I think, I'm just joking, obviously, but I think they are the logical person to spearhead this. They have the contacts and contracts with a lot of these organizations, so I do think that they're the logical go-to person that we probably have the most interaction during the legislative session with to monitor the progress and them feed off of you and everybody else on this committee about are we doing what we're asking them to do. So I think that just makes a lot of sense. And so Representative Orpeza.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with all the recommendations that have been made thus far for a long-term plan and evaluation and really fixing what needs to be done ultimately. But I would like to recommend a more short-term, adding a tool to the toolbox of giving the state hospitals an option for PRN nurses. When this presentation was done, they don't even have that option to hire an as-needed nurse.
And that it would include working with the Department of Administration or trying that, Representative, is that where you're going?
Yes, and getting that part done, because that's more of a short-term, it's not a long-term fix, because obviously we'd like to have long-term fixes, but this is something to, as we know, it might be more of a little of a Band-Aid, but still an option. And those types of designations are without benefits, but they do get a higher pay. So it may be very conducive to some people in the area who may want to work that way.
Did you get that, Leanne? Okay, very good.
And a question, if I may, Mr. Chair. So Leanne presented the preliminary recommendations this morning from yesterday or from previous days. And we're assuming these are all in play too, right? That these recommendations we're supporting and going forward with? And I put that in the form of a question. I just want to make sure because there are several on here that I absolutely think we should.
Which ones were?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 from yesterday.
Yeah.
So consider ways to prevent facilities from charging pharmacy provider fees to residents who want to select their own pharmacy. Second one was consider establishing an independent IDR process by amending KSA 39-947A and to make that outsourced.
But I think we're going to do that separately because that's.
That was my question. Are we doing that
separately? Yeah,
separately?
we're going to do this.
Okay.
We're going to crowd that in, but we're going to get this one. This is the state hospital one, the interim for this, third day of this. We will get to that, and we will today too.
My brain's a little tired.
But I
apologize.
just don't want to confuse, nursing home issues with state hospital and mental health beds.
Yeah,
so.
I was just checking for process. I didn't want to screw anything up. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Thank you.
Representative Rivas.
So I've got some thoughts about the sexual predator program, and I don't know how much of this can be done or can be considered, but it sounds like the amount of success is pretty limited as far as people actually successfully getting out of the program and getting back into the communities. And it also sounds like we've got the way the Attorney General representative was talking, they would be sentenced to, their sentence would be twice as long if it went to a regular incarceration. I wonder, does that system have 2 tracks now, or is it one size fits all? Because to me, if we could do 2 tracks, that might help us.
Mr. Chair, I can give you a little bit of just background knowledge on the sexual predator treatment program. So the procedure right now is after a person has completed their sentence, so they are done criminally being sentenced, they've served out their time, a determination is made that that person, having committed a violent sexual crime, is still a threat to the public. And so the sexual predator treatment program is a civil commitment. And so once the person has served their time and they're sentenced to the sexual predator treatment program, they are not eligible to go back to prison unless they commit a new crime. And so this is a civil commitment. They don't want to be there. It's an involuntary commitment, and it's sort of a precarious legal framework that it's held up upon. And I hesitate to want to make a bunch of recommendations or give a bunch of advice about what to do without doing a deep dive into what is permissible by the courts. There was a in 2015, there was an audit, and that, by legislative post-audit, that brought up that issue that essentially more people are dying than are getting through the program, and so some changes were made following a court case around that same time to make it the amount of steps required to get through the program. I believe it lowered it from like 7 to 4, or maybe 5, something like that. I'd have to go back and check the numbers, but it changed the criteria a little bit to make it a little bit easier to progress through those programs. But yeah, I can't speak to the treatment specifically on how we could change that to make the people more successful. I think some of it is just the people have to be willing to want to get through.
I think from the brief amount that I've done with it, that's probably something that at the very least will take a long time. It's not going to be a short-term deal at the very least. Changing sentencing guidelines where their term for that crime is twice as long as because of the crime, and that would keep them in the prison longer versus going to, I think, but those are different different tact, not from this committee. That's judiciary and sentencing and all that kind of stuff. And so I think that we need to keep that on the back burner as so far as thoughts about how to deal with it, but it's very complicated. That's one thing I've learned very quickly is it's complicated. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And going back to the contract nursing conversation, I was looking at KU Med Center's report. I believe it's a fairly new report on the state of nursing in Kansas that just came out. And they're showing that there's been a decline in the number of nurses since 2019, and our nurses are an aging population. With that in mind, full disclosure, my daughter is a nursing instructor at Wichita State. They turn away students. They have capacity for more students if we had more nursing instructors. And I know we've touched on that a little bit, but did we have any solid recommendations about if we were to employ or have more nursing professors and instructors to help? We know there's going to be an exacerbated problem with decline and aging nursing. We're going to need more than ever, and they are turning away students. We have right now we accept about 5,200 nurses a year. Well, that's not going to cut it at the rate we're going. So, just wondering if there was anything that we had decided upon on that front.
Are you a mind reader? You're good. No, and back to our discussion, and we had some discussion with some folks about why they don't pay more, and it's because of, or one of the reasons it was given me was because they don't want to pay, and they try to keep instructors level, as far as pay, like at the community college or wherever, if they pay the nurse more than they do their other instructors. But I was thinking on around like it would be a state stipend to encourage, that we would pay a set fee at $10 more an hour or something to encourage them to be instructors. You know what I'm saying? Versus, and so then the college or whatever would have the political cover to say, well, this is a state function that the state has came in and said, we need to pay these nurses more, incentivize the nursing programs and the instructors, because you're exactly right. But and if somebody has a different, that's what I was heard after the last meeting, that's what my major reason for not paying, because I was like, well, why don't they just pay them more? And that's what I heard. Now, if we could do something on the state level, that would add, I don't know, $10,000 a year to their salary or something like that to make the instructors worth more for them to instruct versus, and I guess we did have testimony that there are exceptions, and the nursing board has always granted those. Is that what we heard earlier, that nursing board had, if they didn't have the master's or the graduate degree, that the nursing.
If it was in progress.
Yeah, if it was in progress. But along those lines, why do we need that? You know, a bachelor's with 10 or 15 years' experience should suffice for an instructor. I'd rather have someone with experience working on me than, you know what I mean, or instructing. They've got a lot more breadth of what's going on out there than someone that just may not have had very much clinical experience at all, but has a master's degree. So I think that's a good point, and someone can clean that up a lot more than I just butchered it.
Well, the problem is when you can, as a nurse in a clinical setting, make twice as much or near twice as much. My daughter does it because of having children, and it works better for her schedule with school schedules. But yeah, it's a problem, and it's going to be a vicious cycle if we don't hopefully get more in the pipeline. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think that's a great idea, and we could clean that up into some kind of a, you know, recommendation or, you know, something along those lines to address exactly what you're talking about. Anybody's thoughts? But it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that if you can make more in the private sector than you are instructing, we're going to have a shortage of instructors, and we need to address that. So, yeah. Representative Opeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would highly, I think that's a great idea, and I think we need to ensure that the schools that are not educating at their full capacity be kind of first on the list, especially if we have open seats, that we make sure that they're up there and we're giving them, that we're getting those students through in a timely manner, especially if we're leaving seats that are just open.
What would that look like? Anybody? It's in the form of a recommendation. I mean, what would that?
I guess we need to know which schools have open seats. You know, and
Representative Rivas.
Yeah, I think we probably need to talk to the nursing schools because they also have to have capacity. So like if they have clinical rotations and all the things that they have to incorporate in the process. So it may be where you would fund it lower one year than the next because it would ramp up as they expanded those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it also depends on entry level. If you're talking about associate degree nurses or BSN nurses, you know, that kind of thing too, the capacity and where they can go to school. Because there's a lot of community colleges in Kansas that have an associate degree nursing program, but they may not have the clinical ability, you know, enough places for the nurses to go. But so anyway, that's something to look at too, not just BSN, but associate.
Anybody have any ideas where we would go for that information? The Board of Regents, I wonder if they would. Senator Erickson.
Mr. Chair, I was just looking at like I said, this new report from Kansas Medical Center, KU, on the state of nursing in the state of Kansas. And I think that might be a good resource because it does summarize how many RNs versus LPNs versus, and the capacity of each school. And beyond that, I think we could, if there are specific questions beyond that, we could look to the individual schools of nursing, would be my suggestion.
Okay. Are you able to make anything out of that recommendation? I get it. I'm trying to put it together in some kind of a.
I was just going to add, Leanthone Legislative Research. In the testimony from This was the first day of committee, so August 19th. The testimony from the Board of Nursing has some information about the different nursing programs, how many admissions from 2024, and then I think why those programs maybe didn't fill their seats. So there's a reason not approved number of admissions in that document. It's on the 5th page of that document, where it lists that in a table. So that's some information about that.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add a little bit to that, I think we have found maybe there is a Kansas Nursing Workforce Center located at KU, at the KU School of Nursing, that is producing this data. So
Okay.
that's the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center. Thank you.
Well, it looks like we may have to meet again. At some point in time, we might be able to meet in the legislative session where we're not calling an interim committee, but to look at the information that has been gathered on this nursing program, and then kind of look through that and see what we think we can do. Versus this is already the third day on this interim committee, and we probably have more questions than answers. And I hesitate to ask for another one, but if the committee would be open to maybe meeting, sometime for lunch or something like that after we got into session, and kind of looking at the information that we've gathered, that have been gathered since this meeting, to look at that exact session. I don't think we would be losing a lot of time by putting it off till January, but that's just all I'm thinking about, versus calling another session or another interim committee. Would that be agreeable to the committee, is to have Leanne in her spare time, that she could work on gathering some of the information to answer some of those questions, and where we go, and what would be an effective solution to getting more nursing instructors on board. Yeah, it may be, but what's that? Yeah, we could do it something. I think we could do that. I just hesitate to call another interim committee meeting, and it would give plenty of time to gather this information so we could make an informed decision. Representative Orpeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if we had a specifically task-oriented for maybe the workforce that's here in Kansas, as well as the Kansas State Board of Nursing, just because they do go around and do the certification for our schools, to kind of bring those two entities together to say, okay, this is what we can do, and give us very clear direction and guidelines, if you're open to that, for our long lunch, or have them send us materials prior to our long lunch, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, I don't have any problem. Whoever can get us the information we need. Did we kind of put that one to bed?
Chairman, Senator Clifford.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Sorry.
Senator?
My hand up, thanks. I think we should reach out to the Association of Community Colleges, and they could easily provide information at that level as well. Thanks.
Well taken. Okay, so I think we've got a direction on the nursing deal. Now back to, so is that pretty much all the information we need? Is there more information that we need rather from on that recommendation to kind of, first of all, we're going to identify all the services and beds and not just beds, but, mental health. I'm looking for services that we have out there. Resources, yeah, that's the word. And then we'll come back, and once we've gathered that, then we'll come back, look at that, and then figure out a direction to go of low-hanging fruit that are easy. It could be breakthrough clubs, it could be, it's probably going to be a combination of all of them, state institute alternatives, all of that. But I think Senator Erickson has a good idea. We probably are getting the cart a little bit ahead of the horse ahead of the cart, or the cart ahead of the horse, if we don't know all of our resources that we have out there at this point in time. So we'll gather those resources, find out exactly what programs are out there, take a look at that, and then figure out a way forward, which ones are probably the easiest to fund or whatever, Is that okay with you guys? You okay with that?
Is that independent of what I had suggested? So is it one step, two step kind of thing? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
I think the resource, they could come at the same time, but we need to know all the resources available. So I don't know that it's a one-step, two-step. I think it's in parallel, yeah, that we're finding out what resources we have and then also working on what you're talking about. So I think it's the same, basically.
If I may, a question for the group in the. Sorry, I'm still spinning a little bit. So I think back to the request that I had talked about, and naturally goes the agency. Here's one I want to just validate my thinking or just poke holes in it. And I don't know, Scott, I'm going to say if you have an opinion on this. Amy, you mentioned the Kansas Health Institute could be a lead to be a project manager. I think you even mentioned the mental health task force. I just want to make sure that I'm open to thoughts on who the right person or agency is, because I'm really about success. If it's not KDADS, I'm just an opportunity here to maybe have a little discussion on that, Mr. Chair, or just other thoughts and opinions. Because I will admittedly, my depth of knowledge on who would lead something like that is not nearly as deep as yours or some of the others in this room.
Well, you're in trouble if you're in as deep as mine. But there is a center of excellence that we've just, been firing up, over in Wichita. So they could probably be a resource also. I mean, I think there are folks out there, and I think KDADS knows who they are, most of them. So I think they would be. No, you're good. You're good. But Representative Pickert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's come up a few times about raising the cap on the lottery funds. Does a bill need to come forth, and would that come from somebody here, or is there a better committee, or?
Yeah, I think there's already a bill out there, and we just need this committee to help shepherd that bill through. I think a lot of times, a lot of people, as we all know, they're just not aware of what the good things that it does, and it doesn't affect the SGF portion of our budget whatsoever. It's out of lottery. So I think that should be one of our primary objectives, easy, low-hanging fruit. It's been out there. It's been a budget proviso for a number of years, and I think that we need to make that permanent, and that would take the help of this committee to shepherd that forward and get it passed.
As an amendment?
It's a bill.
I know, but do we have to amend the bill to raise the cap?
It's in there. It's up to 16,000, yeah. Jenna's going to help us out with this.
Wondering about the percent that we put on there. I can't remember.
It's not a percentage, it's just
A number?
yeah. Jenna?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jenna Moyer, Advisor's Office. This would be House Bill 2146, and it looked like it was just referred to Federal and State Affairs, and I don't want to say it died in committee because it's the interim, but it was just left there. And that bill would transfer $16,000 or $16 million cap in fiscal year 2026 and thereafter, and that's up from, it would have been 8 million in 2025.
Might add, it was 12 million before that for a couple of years. Yeah. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much total is in that lottery machine fund? Do we know? I mean, we're going from 8 to 16. How much is in there total? And depending on the balance of that, do we think a 16 million cap meets the needs of what the demand is and what we're trying to accomplish?
I don't know at this point in time, but when I was doing the 12 million, it was all the money that it was. I think that's why it says up to 16 million, is because it won't be 16 million until the funds get to 16 million. And I don't know if they are or not. I haven't checked on it in the last couple of years, but I worked with the lottery folks because they were actually dispersing the money before they got it in the bill, you know what I'm saying? So it ended up being $1 million a month at 12 million, and how they distributed that money. So does it have anything to say anything about the?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bill does not have, obviously, the amount in the fund, but it specifies that the money transferred shall not exceed $16 million in the fiscal year. And of that, 75% goes to Community Crisis Stabilization Center Fund and 25% to the Clubhouse Model Program Fund. And so whatever the monies are, up to 16 million, 75% to Community Crisis, 25% to Clubhouse programs.
But we think that's the entirety of that fund. It's not like it's a $50 million fund.
No.
Is that, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that money is designated to the crisis center by what you just said. All that money is there, so. Representative Ruiz.
I'm trying to remember this last session in social support, social services, budget committee, whether the clubhouse folks wanted an increase from that 25%. Or is that the increase that they asked for? Yes. 25% is the increase that they asked for.
Their total goes up at 25%.
Okay.
It would still be split out at 75-25 for the crisis versus, yeah. So I think that would be one of our top recommendations, pretty low-hanging fruit, just get moving on that. It's been out there for a number of years. I had it in Fed State a few years ago, and ended up, it's been a proviso in the budget for a number of years, so I think that does good work. Okay, on to anything else. Representative Bryce.
It's a new subject, is it? Are we finished? Okay.
So we're clear, Leanne, you're clear on the first senator and Representative Bueller's ask?
More or less, yes.
Okay. I have faith in your wordsmithing. Okay, we are on to a new subject.
Okay, it's actually an old subject. If I could beat a dead horse a little bit on the sexual predator program, do you mind if I go back to that just a second? That's one of the most frustrating things for me is we're paying, what is it, $180,000 a year?
I might add that I read that wrong. It's actually quite a bit more than that. That was 2024's, and I didn't read my email quite as fast. Charday gathered it for me, but it was 200 and some thousand for 2026. I could read my email. So those were 2024 numbers.
So it added up to about $50 million a year?
Yeah, just on those numbers, I added up as 54
Okay.
million.
Since we have KDAD's here and Scott's here and we have a revisor here, I just have a question. It might be a little different, but the recovery rate for these people is almost close to zero from what we've heard, and we're spending $50 million a year. From what I understand, the revisor could correct me, but other states have chemical castration for sexual predators. Kansas does not, from what I understand Googling. And I know it's touchy subject and so forth, but I wondered if maybe Scott would, or someone would have an idea why. See, a lot of times these people are chemically castrated and they're released back out into the community as long as they do their chemicals. That's apparently not done, and it's not part of the programs, but sexual predator program. I just wondered if that's anything that's been given thought, because it's such a frustrating thing to have no recovery and spend so much money. Is something like that even considered? That's my question.
Scott, would you care to weigh in on that one? And I might clarify here, 2025 data is a daily rate of 560 and a total of 204,000 per person, 205,000. 2026 approved data for the program is $601 a day and $219,000 a person.
Scott Bruner with KDADS. I'm not aware of a discussion about, I mean, we certainly treat people with medications, but treating their sexual offending behaviors with medication. I'm not aware that we've discussed that as a program, certainly not in my tenure. As the revisor mentioned, when the constitutionality was challenged, KDADS and the state hospital went through a pretty extensive process of redesigning the program to make sure there was, we could meet the conditions of providing adequate therapy that you already heard about. And I don't know if there was a discussion at that point about any other kind of chemical restraints or things like that, but so not in my experience. It hasn't been discussed. And I don't know that the statute would allow it.
Right. Just from Google, it apparently is not legal, but of course we pass laws here. I was just wondering if there's some sort of a medical director or head of psychiatry that might have an opinion as to why we might not want to do that or why we haven't done that. And I know it's a touchy subject, and some states do it, some states don't, but it just seems to be, I just kind of need to know why we don't consider that, or maybe there's a good reason not to consider it. Just if there could be some kind of communication, I appreciate that.
Sure, that's not me, but we can talk to the clinical team at Larned. Dr. Dixon, that you've heard from before, or maybe in other committees, but our superintendent at Parsons, he helped redesign the program back in 2018, so he might have some thoughts about that as well. But we can bring back an opinion about why or why not, and maybe also what other states do, because I'm not aware of that, but I know we're involved in kind of a national association of similar civil commitment programs.
I know some states have chemical castration for the criminal offenders, the criminal offense, and we don't. And then other states have chemical castration for the treatment program, but and apparently we don't. So whatever you can relay to me or the committee, I sure appreciate that very much. Sorry if I got off base on that, but it's just been bothering me that we're not really doing these people any good, and we're spending so much money. So thank you.
We haven't left any stones unturned. Senator Erickson.
No pun intended there, right, Mr. Chair? So on this same program, if I did the math right, if we're spending about $50 million and it costs a little over 200,000, it means we have about 250 people? 290. 204. Okay. So my question is, as we heard from the gentleman, Mr. I believe Davies from the Attorney General's office, the treatment has to be adequate and reasonable. So is there a breakdown of the cost? We also heard comparisons about how much it costs to incarcerate 30 to 40,000 versus what we're paying for this program, these individuals in this program. So can we get a breakdown on how much each one of these offenders is in terms of their cost to house them, cost of their treatment? Because it seems to me like, wow, we may be providing way above and beyond adequate and reasonable treatment if there's no recovery. So I'm just wondering what we're spending on treatment, what kind of treatment, and if there's no definition of adequate and reasonable, are we going way above and beyond based on how much we're spending per person? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think Scott can get that for us. So, yeah, because Dr. Dixon should be able to provide that for us. So that'd be good information to have. Representative Reeves.
I think this begs a bigger question too about the whole sentencing guidelines that you mentioned earlier, Representative Carpenter, that seems to me that that's something, I know we can't address it here, but somebody needs to, I don't know if it's the corrections department or committee or a separate committee needs to be established to address the sentencing guidelines. Because, I mean, one way to do this is, you do it through the front door, you do it through the back door. And if we can do it through the front door, then, we have less people having to enter into that program.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Would that be in a form of a recommendation to look at what it involves to change the sentencing guidelines? Would that be something that we would recommend? Jenna has some.
No. Oh, I was just going to say, thank you, Mr. Chair. We can absolutely look, and it wouldn't be the whole sentencing guidelines that would have to be resolved. We could just change the penalty level for individual crimes. Maybe if there were a breakdown of what the individuals in the sexual predator treatment program had been convicted of. There may be some difficulty if some of the individuals currently in the program were sentenced prior to sentencing guidelines, so pre-1992, which is a whole different can of worms that I would rather not get into. But for the ones who would be going into there in the future, we can change, you as the legislature can change penalty levels for certain crimes.
Good. Did you get that, Leanne? All right. Representative Reeves.
I mean, I'm not saying that I think I know ahead of time that we need to change it, but at least we can look at it and see what kind of questions are raised, and then whoever's looking at that can make that recommendation about actual changes.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. And when I've looked at this, a lot of times it seems to be an option, and then the person will take that because they get out a lot sooner. So it saves all the way around. And then their recidivism is way down because of that.
Very good. Huh. Okay, committee. Leanne, will you read back our recommendations here for us? So, okay.
Okay, forgive me if this is a bit rough, but these are what I have in my notes. Some of these may not be necessarily things that you want to be in the report as recommendations, so you can let me know if that is the case. Okay, the first one I have is Representative Bueller's recommendation, develop cost-effective alternatives to patient staffing populations at the Kansas State hospitals to maximize available beds and staffing while minimizing contract nursing costs, with an emphasis on improvements at Larned State Hospital. Consider all mental health treatment options, providers, and locations in regard to this request, and begin implementation or plan to begin implementation in late 2026 or early 2027. Compile a comprehensive list of all the providers in Kansas, mental health providers, and exactly what they do and who they serve. consider ways to promote the state institutional alternatives program or incentivize that for hospitals. Consider changing the cap on the money for the lottery vending machines that will go to the crisis stabilization. I get confused about which acronym is which, but the crisis stabilization centers and the clubhouse model. Consider giving the state hospitals an option for PRN nurses and work with the Department of Administration to figure out how to make that work. Consider a state stipend to encourage nurse instructors, to recruit nurse instructors or incentivize that. And then finally, consider changing the sentencing guidelines for sexually violent crimes or the penalty level for those individual crimes, considering the breakdown of what individuals in the sexual predator treatment program were convicted of.
That sounds good. I think in the nursing deal, though, we had gather information from Center of Excellence, from KU Med or something like that about the overall nursing. Didn't we discuss some of that about going to the community? I know Senator Clifford had going to the community colleges, but we need to gather some information about the health of our nursing program. And
Mr. Chair, I did email the link with that report to Leanne.
Okay. And again, we're talking about, like Senator Erickson brought up, where there's actually a waiting list for nurses to get into programs. And that's, given our shortage, that just seems kind of amazing to me that we have a wait list when we need nurses so bad. So along those lines too.
Just to clarify, would this be something like study the nursing school admissions and capacity to determine maybe how to recruit instructors and better fill capacity in the nursing schools or something along those?
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I said.
Okay, wonderful.
Perfect. That was a joke. Representative Payson.
And you said it so beautifully. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we said workforce, the community colleges, and then KSBN were the three entities that we wanted to bring together and give us information, and then we could have our long lunch and discuss those. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
I wanted to clarify about the sexual predator program. What I'm proposing is that we have a study about the sentencing guidelines, and then they can make recommendations from there.
Committee, anything else? Thank you for your hard work on that. Now, one quick, we still have to finish up what we did yesterday. So, and we have this page, everybody has this sheet. So, what do you think? I think some of us probably, probably the entire committee got an email from, about the first one and the potential unintended consequences of expanding the discharge to all the state hospitals. I think did everybody get that email? Okay. So the first thing tells me is we might want to study a little bit more, but the first up here, I think we should sign the same oath that you sign, which is sometimes if nothing else, do no harm. And so I'm not sure about that one. It sounded good in the process, and I think we may want to hear a little bit more about the downside of that. So just saying. So I don't know if at this point in time that we would want to just give a blanket approval to the first one without finding out exactly from the folks that it involves what all that involves. I'm just saying, it sounds good on the surface when we're talking here, but when you start seeing how it affects people, not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying we shouldn't do any harm if that's the case. So I would want to skip over the first one for more information. After that, pharmacy providers, I think we all agree on that. Any thoughts on that one? The fees? The bottom of the first page, pharmacy provider choices and fees. Oh. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was looking at, okay, never mind. Okay. I wondered, I thought, what? Everybody's looking at me like, okay, yes. First one, everybody okay with? Second one? Yeah. You guys already did all the work for us. Representative Opesa.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure on the second one, Mr. Chair, if I may, that is an independent process that KDADS isn't responsible for, that it's outsourced, as we heard yesterday in testimony. I mean, that's the intent, and that would be, I think, an amendment of that KSA 39-947A. So that's what I was hoping for on that one.
Yeah, I think the committee agrees with you that process.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the third one, request KDADS present testimony appropriate committee, Health and Health Services, blah, blah, blah. New surveyors evaluate where supplemental or temporary services are needed to take appropriate action during the 2026 session. Everybody okay with that one? Multidisciplinary survey teams.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
In addition to that, I would like to make sure that we're maximizing the benefits. So I know they do 10-hour shifts, but maybe if we can be more, some place as a surveyor would like to work, maybe offering 12-hour shifts, and to ensure that we're maximizing paid time off and leave and maximizing all those benefits, because it is a new day and age. If they want to look at that and give us some recommendations as to kind of what they think might entice people to become a surveyor from an RN standpoint, but I also would also wholeheartedly support the multidisciplinary team as well.
Yeah, I think that's, one of my problems of starting into this was the fact that they were all RNs, and that doesn't make any sense to me at all. And along that line,
Correct, but the base team still has to be an RN, and Lindsay did answer my question about the average age, and it's about mid-50s. So we'll be looking at how do we entice a next generation, a younger generation, become state surveyors, since the base of the team has to, at least have to have one RN.
Right, okay. Consider, what are we on now? Consider multidisciplinary survey teams, ease hiring struggles, workforce, strain. Everybody okay with that one? Consider the evaluation scorecard for providers to survey. Everybody okay with that one? Determine the parameters of civil monetary penalty reinvestment fund, and if it's possible, use some of that money for training or other ways to improve the surveying and credentialing program. Consider establishing a waiver for the secretary to authorize waiver regulations that are in conflict, State Fire Marshals. Okay with that one? Raising the salary registered nurse surveyors. Is that what you were talking about? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's more here. Sorry, I thought it was up
Okay.
there. It's more at the bottom, but yeah. I think in that same token right there, 12-hour shifts, what's the paid leave time off? How do we entice the younger generation to come in and become state surveyors?
Very good. Fiscal Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I missed something yesterday, but it seems like we need to give the facilities some relief for self-reporting. We heard horror stories about self-reporting about no harm incidents, and these facilities were just absolutely hammered over it. I own a surgery facility that's subject to no notice KDHE inspection. But whenever I meet the surveyors, I always say, hey, what can you do to help us improve our operation? But these surveys strike me as punitive, dreaded, and if a facility self-reports, I mean, all of us in healthcare have risk management committees and risk management processes, and we essentially self-report through that, although we're not penalized for trying to correct issues that we self-discover. So I don't have this document in front of me, unfortunately. I don't know where I missed receiving it, but is this all a CMS, or can we as the state somehow give grace for facilities that are self-reporting? Thank you.
And I've had numerous discussions with committee members about that, we heard the testimony yesterday about an IJ, which is immediate jeopardy, and yet the survey crew wasn't out there for 3 or 4 days maybe, and that seems, why would you give an IJ, in my understanding of an IJ is immediate jeopardy, someone's in danger type of deal like that. So I'm not sure that in that situation it would have been an IJ if they didn't get out there that day. So there is some questions around that. So I think we need to take a look at what is actually required for an IJ. So could you add that to that one there? Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Which one were we on? Okay, determine the fiscal impact of raising personal needs allowance and consider increasing that amount. Yeah, that was one. Everybody okay with that one? Yeah. Expanding discharge reporting requirements. That's the one that was on the first one or the other one. I'm not against it. I don't know enough about it to know how it affects people, but I'm not sure we should do a recommendation until we get all the facts about how it affects different people. It's easy to sit up here and make decisions and then not know how it affects various homes. So I think that one I would just say more, and let's not recommend anything till we receive more information. And what's the committee think about that? Representative Reeves.
Where's the information going to come from?
Well, from both sides, I think. We've heard from one
The
side,
ombudsman.
and then we heard a little bit. You guys got emails, I did too, from Leading Age. And so I think I don't want to stampede into something that causes a big uproar either.
Okay.
That's my thoughts on that. But if the committee wants to go ahead with it, we will. So, committee? Representative Bueller.
I kind of want to go back to that IJ thing if I can. So I think the instance we were talking was self-reported IJ and or self-reported, recorded as an IJ, and then a surveyor didn't come out for 3 or 4 days? Is that, okay, so replaying that back, how do we require the survey, if that's what their determination is, they need to be on site within 24 hours or whatever, or not call it an IJ? That, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. And I don't know how we do that, but if you're going to call it an IJ, then KDADS, you got to be there to make sure that that's what it is. I mean, that only sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, me too. Representative Reed.
I thought the example was that there was a self-report. The nursing home didn't call it anything. They just did the self-report. And then when the surveyor came, they said it was an IJ. But I also thought it was a federal requirement.
And again, I may only have just enough anecdotal information, but if you're going to call it something, you better stay there until it's fixed. I mean.
Senator Murphy.
Yeah, just to kind of go on with that, I think I wrote you an email and sent it to Leanne as well. Yeah, it's kind of weird because if it is CMS, it's doing it because, like I said, with the FAA, which is, once again, federal government, they want you to self-report, but they can't hold it against you. I mean, it's sort of a constitutional issue. If you require me to report something and then you hammer me with my report, you've just violated my Fifth Amendment rights. You know, so I think there's got to be some way, because you're looking at these other states. They showed us other states that are in our region don't have near the IJs that we have. And I don't know, why is that? Are they not reporting it, or are they not calling them IJs? You know, I mean, I can run a stop sign and I might kill a bunch of people, but then I might not. If nobody's killed, I've just run a stop sign.
Right.
So I think, you know, like this instance is like with the lock that failed. You know, that's insane to be you know, fining somebody for that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah. And
especially when nobody was hurt. Nobody was lost, nobody was hurt.
And believe me, I had firsthand this summer, I messed with one of my gate openers on my facility, and it ended up being a computer deal that I spent hours on. The service guy did too, and it was just a computer. It can happen any time. You can go out there 10 times, that gate would open. Every time I was there, it opened 50 times in a row. I'd leave 5 minutes later, the damn thing wouldn't open, customer would call me, you know what I mean? So those things are, I think.
There's a big difference between propping a door open
exactly.
and something failing that you've got no
through
charge
no
for.
fault of anybody.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that's something we need to address, whether it is a CMS regulation or if it's something that our survey crew is flagging. So, did you get that, Leanne?
I think so.
Perfect. Well, that ends up everything. Committee, anything else?
Do we need to talk about the IDD waiver and targeted case management and stuff?
I don't think I'm up to it. Whatever it is, we're just going to have to do that. So, sometimes my brain just kind of, it doesn't shift gears very well and go into another thought process. I'm thinking, what did we do any recommendation? We did not do any recommendations for that. Is that right? Targeted case management. Okay. Refresh my memory about what we were doing.
We were talking about the conflict of interest issue with targeted case management, the community support waiver, and just kind of the stalemate that we were at.
Uh-huh. Didn't we put a timeline on that? Tracking that, wasn't that one of the asks from the committee, was that we got definite timelines on the community support waiver and conflict resolution.
I can read you kind of what I have in my notes. I wasn't sure if these were recommendations that the committee wants to make, but these are things that were brought up at the end of the September 25th meeting. A project timeline in terms of getting the community support waiver submitted, investigate increasing day services from 25 to 40 hours a week, and look at the fiscal note for that. Move cautiously with unbundling day services to ensure that we aren't negatively impacting existing services that are working for individuals on the waiver. Consider upgrading, what would upgrading the waitlist data management system / portal look like so that individuals can see where they are on the wait list and get more information about that, where they are. And then consider for targeted case management, what the policy should be to address rural and frontier concerns about having access to a targeted case manager.
And what was that term called? Right, right, that was the term. And I really think that the whole system should be that way, at least at the start, that we should allow that in urban and rural areas, at least till we get our system up and going. I think that was kind of the consensus that we arrived at. Is that it? Committee? How's that? Representative Reeves.
I think I added this, and we're looking at the unbundling piece, that we also look at that acre certification, with that pilot, that support employment pilot that we heard, that be part of that discussion for the unbundling, that people have, that there are going to be other options for employment versus a sheltered workshop.
Good idea. That was part of our discussion. It just in committee. Anything else? I hate to do all this stuff at one time, but boy, it's hard to switch gear. I've had you guys here for 2 days, and when we've run things pretty hard and grilled and everything else, and so I'm just kind of. I don't know if we all got that email, but I did read something that it was something sent to me or something that talked about there was no reason to worry about day services at this point in time. CMS was doing some reevaluating, and don't even quote me on whether I read that or not. Maybe I imagined it. But I thought I did read something that talking about, because it was addressing some concern on that. But anyway, are we okay with those for recommendations for the ID&DD? Very good. What else?
Sorry, I have one more thing. I received an email from Elaine Frisbee at KBOR about nursing nursing faculty pay that I will forward to the committee. I have too many windows open, and I apologize. I'm trying to get back to the email. She said that there are 2 initiatives that the legislature has supported to increase nursing faculty pay. One is in KBOR, the Kansas Nursing Initiative, and the other is in KDADS, and is administered by the Association of Community Mental Health Centers via the Behavioral Health Center of Excellence. So I will forward that information to the committee.
Very good. Anything else, committee? Well, thank you for hanging in there. I can't tell you. And thank you, Dr. Clifford, for hanging in there for a couple of days. Also,
you're welcome. I'm just back from Ireland, so too little tough to get up to Topeka. Thanks for having me.
I can't thank you. This is just part of the process, though. We've got to continue on, working this out and making sure something happens out of this. So with that, enjoy your weekends, and we're adjourned.